But now, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
All right, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Like we've got quite a good number of people here in the chat. Wow, I think I'm over low quality. There we go. And I have learned to go from top chat to live chat. I don't know why YouTube wants. What is top chat? Does anybody know what the fuck that shit is? I mean, does it make any sense to anybody? I don't know. Oh, it's crooked. Fuck it. All right. So there's Dreamy Lynn Escape the Chains. Dreamy has a new puppy, a little chow. She sent me a picture of it earlier. Or maybe I'll show that to y'all on here. The thing, it doesn't even look real. The thing is so damn cute. It doesn't even look real. That's what I was just like, are you kidding me with this? This is amazing. So congratulations on that, Dreamy. Let me go ahead and go over here and see who all's with us tonight. Got Access Mondays with us. Big Pine Sailing. Dreamy Lynn Escape the Chains and her little puppy. Dream Catcher. Isn't that what you said his name is, Dreamy? I believe that's what you told me it was. Let me go back and look. I have a record. Let's see. Let me see. Dreamkeeper. Okay. Almost the same thing. I have a lot of dream catchers around my house. So I've got Illumination News is with us tonight. Lisa Marie Tattersall, my neighbor. Mr. Super Sidewinder, Nathan Bowers is with us. No longer on the ball. Good to see all of you. PayPal me, Saddle Bum, Shifty Eye, Shady. Sounds like a character out of the Old West. Jehovah's Daughter, Barbara, and ZXL Master is with us tonight. So I was just kind of talking earlier. I had some friends over. And we got to talking about all kinds of stuff. They're kind of new to becoming awake, and they were just over a little bit ago, and it was some interesting conversation. And I really like it when I can open people's eyes up to some stuff that's really what's going on, and get them to kind of understand what's really taking place. You know, as despite what you think is going on, and it was. amazing to me as I was even listening to myself, that what a level of ultimate deceit everyone is under, or at least a lot of people. There's less and less every day. Thank God for that. But there's more and more people waking up and coming onto the realization that everything that's been presented to them, what they believe is their reality, is nothing more than a lie. And you've heard me refer to it before as a Jenga tower of deceit. And that's why I use that for the thumbnail. There's PayPal Me's with us tonight too. Good to see you. Jehovah's daughter Barbara. I don't know if I got you before. So far, so good, Mr. Super, but the night is young. There you go. Optimism. But I believe that the condition of our realm is one of the mainstay tiles at the base, at the foundation of the rest of this deceit that they have us under. And I mean, if you feel like coming up and help me out with this, because there's so many levels to this that it's not even funny. All the things that, think of all the things that many of you in my audience are pretty well down the rabbit hole. And just stop for a moment and think back to when you were in the Matrix and the things that you believed were true that you found out were absolutely not true. And I think that's, you start really seeing a big list. And of course, one of those, and the biggest on the list, is of course, the nature of our realm. We find out that often everything is the opposite of what we've been told. We're told that the earth is a little tiny ball, like this nonsense behind me, that's just infinitesimally small compared to the other bodies in the universe, so to speak. And we find out that you're the center of everything, and that these bodies are not huge. It's the opposite. Everything is the opposite of what they tell you. That one, I say, is one of the mainstays, because then you realize because there's always the question of the creator. There's always the question of the creator. And of course, science doesn't want you to know of a creator. They want you to think that this is a random happenstance of a chaotic event, and therefore that you are not with purpose. You are just a random happening that just came about because of, some kind of crazy nonsense of, I don't even know what they even think. It's just ridiculous to begin with. But they need these ridiculous timelines. And this, of course, opens the door for a hell of a lot more deceit too. Because now once you're within question of an actual creator, one of the favorite ones they have is, the dinosaurs existed, millions of years longer than man's even been on Earth before they were destroyed by a giant rock from space. And we just take that for granted. We say, oh, well, yeah, these smart people figured that shit out. They tout it as though it's fact, teach it as though it's fact. People take it as though it's a fact. And you say, well, what evidence? Who saw this fucking meteor hit? Who saw this asteroid hit the Earth? Well, we dated it from this carbon-14 dating. Well, we've gone over the carbon-14 dating. We found out what a fucking sham of Bahui that is. So we find out that most of this crap that they tell us, that these smart people are dealing heavily in pseudoscience, science fiction, fantasy, and we just take it for granted, is because we're trained to appeal to authority. And this is done through the compulsory school education system. Appeal to authority. You're told to go in this room. The person at the front of that room is going to make you smart, as if you're not already smart. They tell you some shit. You regurgitate it back to them the way that it was told you, and they say, hey, good job. That means you're smart. Well, it's not a measure of intelligence. It really is not. It's a measure of memory. That's, hey, you got great memory. Good Good for you. But is it really a measure of intelligence, especially when you haven't really analyzed or questioned the information that was imparted upon you? You took it as fact right from the beginning because of where it came from. Many of the things that they slip by you that way is this gravity, and then calling it a law, saying it's a law. Let's concrete this down by calling it a law, so that anybody that says, that's horse shit is going to turn around. Well, how can you? That's a law. It's a physical. Oh, no, some guy said it was. Doesn't mean that at all. What is it? And then they turn around and confuse you by conflating cause with effect. Of course, this is what they do on every occasion. They and they don't even realize they're doing it. They don't even realize it. They say, well, here, like even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the big hotshot rock star, science explainer, big hoop-de-hoo in the whole fucking globe world there. And he did his famous thing about when he dropped the mic. There's gravity for you. Well, no, that's an effect. You're describing an effect. What's causing that? Now, many of the people in the audience even will say that still subscribe to gravity. They say, well, it's a function of mass attracting mass, not realizing that if you go to the higher levels of education, they tell you that it's not mass attracting mass. It's an even more unprovable pseudoscience idea of the bending of space-time. Now, you have to really kind of understand how ridiculous that is, the bending of space-time. Oh, my God. I mean, who even comes up with this shit? Quacks. Absolute quacks. I am going to wait a second. That's where I need to go to, just so I can show this. This is what the kind of crap they always show you too. Let me see. I know I put it on here. I got a bunch of good shit here on today. This is beautiful. I love this. Let me share this. Oh, that's not what I want. I want this. Note to self. Smoke more weed before you start. See, they show you that thing with the canvas and some balls in it, and denser balls, and they say, oh, see all these balls are attracted to that? Well, it's because you got to be, it's stupid. I can't believe they actually use that, and people go, oh, that's real science right there. I'm like, are you shitting? Let me make this bigger. So let me see. There we go. Let's see, maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's when your Einstein experiment demonstrates mass warping space-time, right? And then all the planets crash into each other at the center. It's like, yeah, I know, the two-body problem. I mean, this is never going, it's not a sustainable thing. It's ridiculous, but they have to have it. They have a need to have us contained. Maybe some of you got some ideas out there as to why do they want us to not know our true realm. What do you think that the agenda behind that is? Is it to hide more land, to hide more resources, to more easily control us? To what do you reckon it could be? Maybe a combination of all those things. I don't know. Come on up and let's discuss it, because I think it's definitely something worth discussing. Absolutely worth discussing. So I don't know if you guys follow Angela Baby Carson at all on the thing on Facebook at all, but she oftentimes puts up stuff about canning and prepping and that kind of thing, and it's kind of interesting, and it kind of inspired me. So just kind of show you what I started doing a little bit of canning too. Here's some soup I canned, and that'll, I think I'll go to the supermarket and get some more. I ran out of those jars, so I'll get some more of those, and I should be pretty well stocked up for the winter. I think that'll be all right. I don't know. Tell me what you think about that too. I want to definitely get into that electroculture. I'm checking that shit out. I posted this too. This is pretty cool. How many people actually get this? I'm not going to explain it, but take a look. Some of you will get it. Some of you won't. I will actually give you a hint. The Overlook Hotel. Okay. Sidewinder, Colorado. Room 237. Right? What do we got? I need 2 more to be Illuminati confirmed. There's Brian Stavely with us. He says you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. That's correct. That was an album name by that's jarring. He says that was the title of an album by REO Speedwagon as well. If you didn't know, Brian. Well, unless Mandela got that motherfucker too. So yeah. But the entire realm that we see is they snowball you they gaslight you, right? They're constantly snowing you, blurring your vision. And so many people, they'll just do whatever the damn television tells them to do. And right now we're being fed so much misinformation as to what's really occurring in the world. We're being fed a propaganda line of a situation that may or may not even be occurring in the Middle East. But it seems that they're desperate to draw our attention toward war. I'm seeing a lot of people making the argument for women to be drafted. I think that's a terrible idea. I think it's a terrible idea for anybody to be drafted. I mean, if your fight with someone is just and a just cause, then you will have no shortage of volunteers. But if you have to force people to go in and slaughter other people, then there's something really bad about that. I mean, think about that. Think about that. Grabbing some stranger, giving them a gun, threatening them, and say, go kill those people over there, or else I'll put you in prison or I'll shoot you. One of the two. You know? What the fuck kind of thinking is that? You can't do that, man. I mean, I would, no. You know, I definitely wouldn't be doing it. All those pizza TV commercials. Yes. Yes. Pizza TV commercials. I don't know. I haven't watched TV in a lot of years. I have to say, when I was in Vegas, when I was on vacation, I did have occasion to actually watch television. And let me tell you something, man. First thing I noticed was wow, all this is a bunch of commercials with a little bit of the actual program embedded in it. And at least 95% of every one of those commercials was for some kind of a pharmaceutical. Every fucking one of them. And I love those because I'll sit there and watch them and laugh my ass off when the little guy comes on there in the little monotone voice and tells you about side effects include a brain hemorrhage, asshole bleed, stomach dissolution. You know, I mean, just all this shit that can make you die. And, you know, showing these people flying a kite in the background, and the whole subconscious is going, hey, man, if I eat that pill, I can fly a kite and run with my dog and shit, you know, not even really listening to these side effects that this thing. And those aren't side effects. Those are the effects. Those are the effects of what's going on, you know, of what that shit does to you. It's really sick. And people have fallen right into it because they've been trained to. And people don't really understand the level of actual training that they are under. They are really under a deep, deep, deep amount of programming and don't even realize it. From the foods they eat to the brand of gas, to the way they dress, the shoes they wear, everything has been decided for them, given to them. They didn't make that choice themselves. There are a number of reasons why, but it's all socio-engineered, every aspect of it, you know, whether they wear the certain clothes that they do because they want to emulate someone that they know or that they admire or they feel that they admire and they want to try to be like that person. I think there's a huge amount of identity crisis amongst most people. They don't realize who or what they are, and I think that's a fundamental part of it too, is keeping people away from knowing what they truly are, who they truly are. And what a better way to do that than to make you think that you're a fucking monkey living on a spinning water ball. It's, infinitesimally small, zooming off in the corner of the fucking universe. And how do they know that? You ever see that thing where they show the galaxy? It says, "You are here." How the fuck they know that? It's dumber. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I can't believe people actually, and they'll look at that and say, there were smart people that figured that out. It's like, man, somebody on the spectrum threw some paint at the fucking canvas and decided that shit. So yeah, there you go. God dang, man. Yeah, there's gender identity crisis going on. JM Unleashed is onto it. Good for you. Lisa says she tries to educate all of her customers about the dangers of pharmakia and how to eat right and detox. Absolutely. May cause gang rape by silverback gorillas. That's fucked up. IHOP commercials feeding us the fat pancake ideas so we'll swallow flat earth. Yeah. See, this is what gets me, right? This is what gets me, is how bent out of shape Globers get over the flat earth. It really does. It really does. Now, I'm sure that there's a lot of religions that you don't believe are true. How much time do you spend, M-Ball? Let me ask you this. How much time do you spend in a, I don't know, Jehovah's Witness chat room, or a Bible study chat room, and try to contradict those ideas? How long? There's Darth Tater. What's up, brother? I seen your old lady earlier. I seen her. I did. I'll tell you what she's doing. She's over here getting some mind food, man. But no, I wonder how often do you do that? I just wonder, why is it this flat earth, handball? Why is it flat earth? In fact, I don't call it flat earth, because the way we've decided to describe the earth, its sovereign soul, is this: the earth is a stationary, level, topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Isn't that cool? That takes all the pedantic aspects out of it, right? No longer on the ball, M-ball, pancakes, pizza, diabetes. But you know what they say no longer on the ball? Heliosexuals love blue balls. I heard that. A friend of mine told me that. Heliosexuals love blue balls. And they can't prove gravity. That's another thing too. They can't prove gravity. So there's no curvature, can't prove gravity, and can't demonstrate a fluid pressure system without containment. Is there a debate now? Is there still a debate? Is there? I don't know. Oh, I didn't know you was a JW. Yeah, that's a freaky jump there too. Yeah. But how about, is there other belief systems or whatever that you go over and hang out and give them shit for their stuff? Just asking for a friend. Anyways. Yeah, my wife's family was Jehovah's Witnesses, so I know all about that crew. Yeah, I don't know. Any of you ever have had any dealings with them? I don't know. Most of the parishioners, I'm sure they mean well, but I'll tell you what, it is definitely, it's a control thing. You're not allowed to associate with non-JWs unless you're hoping to bring them into the flock, and it's rough shit. It's everywhere, man. It's everybody wanting a piece of your consciousness, wanting to chain your mind, wanting to drive a spike in another chain to another fucking anchor, so that they can control your thoughts, control your feelings, control every ideas that you have, including up to what you might have flat earth pancakes for breakfast. Would I like to discuss Mormonism? No, not really. Why would I want to discuss Mormonism? What I would like to discuss is the irony or the impossibility of approximately 500 men, women, children, all consisting of various ages, migrating by wagon to Salt Lake City, and within 50 years having built a marble tabernacle in a city. I mean, how many of these people were stonemasons? How many of these people were actually craftsmen and things that could do all this? I mean, that's no sense whatsoever. I think they found it. I think it was already there. So, okay, well, good for you, M-Ball. Yeah, what did you see? This is what a lot I found with a lot of you globers, is you're unable to really fucking extrapolate a thought at all. See, the subject of what I said was not necessarily religion, but the fact of something you don't believe in. Do you go over to other channels of shit that you are totally opposed to and hang out in the chat? See, you people are not bright at all. None of you fucking ballers are bright at all. Everyone else in the chat, everyone else listening knew what I meant with that example except you. You see? Because you're unable to think. You know? No, I think it's impossible for 500 people, a portion of which consisting of old people, women, and children, could construct a city and a tabernacle in 50 years. That's what I have in question. What's your IQ? It's obviously much, much higher than yours, so why would it matter? Why? Do you want me to embarrass you or something? Go away. Baller brightness, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, really? How come you were the only one out of step? How come you were the only one that could not extrapolate my example into its meaning? You were too stupid to even figure that out. You sat there and said, "Oh, you're talking about religion." What a fucking moron. Jesus Christ. Sound vaxxed. Jesus Christ, man. For real, you can't be real. And you actually think you're smarter than me? Why don't you come on up here and let's discuss some shit then? I don't see you doing anything except hanging out in the chat. Why don't you come up here and show me how a fluid pressure system without containment work? Maybe you can take this fucking column of air that shit for brains left here. You can take that with you. That'd be cool. I'd dig that. So what do you think, guys, man? I'm thinking we should bring this right here back. Ladies, let me know what you think. What do you think? Yeah? Look at those prices too, man. You couldn't beat that. Look, polyester, cotton, and white pastels. These are the shirts, right? Your ties are only $4. Look at that. Those nice wide 70s ties. Fashion shorts. That's a little pricey, $8, but hey, those are nice. Look, nicely hemmed. Show off most of the thigh. I mean, that's the look right there. That's the look. Just think about how proud your wife would be with you walking along the promenade deck of a cruise ship dressed that way. Huh? Just think about that a little bit. That's what I'm wearing right now. Not sexy. Well, why do you have to objectify men all the time, Dreamy Lynn? Jeez. You know, we're more than just sex machines, you know. God. I feel violated. You can find the documents of building Salt Lake City, the history, actual planning documents. Yeah, we can do that. All right. We sure can. I can also go and find a fucking book that'll tell me I live on a spinning ball. It doesn't mean it's true, does it? How you doing, AJ?
What's up, my man? You see these agents? They're out here early. They're out here. They're getting here earlier and earlier these days. What is going on, dude?
Yeah. That's what they do, man. That's what they do.
You can't stop the wave, folks. You see that behind me? You can't stop the wave.
Look, we could even have our police dressed like this. Come on, guys. You don't like this? Oh, man.
Oh, Lord.
That's right there. The ladies, you badge bunnies, you'd like that now. I know. I just know you would. Oh, my God. Yeah.
It's crazy. The world is a vampire.
The world is a vampire. It is, too. The world is a vampire. Isn't that Smashing Pumpkins?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah.
The lead singer said he actually saw an extra dimensional entity, but he can't explain. He refuses to talk about it on camera.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Every time they question him about it, he's like, "Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about it on camera."
What's happening? Am I getting choked? Am I choked?
What's going on?
Last 100 years ago, Vegas was sand. Yeah, I know. And then elements of the Jewish mafia, through some really lucrative deals, acquired some of that land and tapped into the Hoover Dam, and we have Vegas. Thank you, Benjamin Siegel and Meyer Lansky. Thank you, guys. I think that all of them. Do I think all of the New York subways are ancient? No, I don't think all of them are ancient. So you gotta be careful of their straw man. Oh, here's one for you, M-Ball. You're gonna like this one right here. Right? So 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. Electrostatics. How about that? How about that? Electromagnetism, the force we know best, is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity, man. What do you think about that? I'll let him chew on that for a minute or two.
Okay, so like I told you, Dave, I put in the effort to research with you, because I'm not here just to spend time and bullshit like a lot of people, But you see this here, I think genuinely, this is what the people are dealing with. This little thing I'm trying to share here is by the Professor Terence McKenna, who
I see it.
Yeah, he said, we are caged by our cultural programming. Culture is a mass hallucination. And when you step outside the mass hallucination, you see it for what it's worth. This guy was responsible for conducting experiments with something called dimethyltryptamine, which is a substance you can find, right here in between our eyebrows. It's actually inside of a little pineal gland attached to an eyeball inside of our skull.
It's in the very center of your brain. Hang on a second. We got Darth Tater's Gaming is with us here.
Let's do it.
What's going on? My green screen is not working. Let's see if it will work now. Hold on.
What's that?
My green screen's not working.
Oh, no.
Oh, snap.
Go under settings.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay.
NASA would not hire you, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
They might.
They might. I mean, look at what they got going on now.
Fucking India will hire you in a heartbeat, bro. That right there is India's style quality green screen right there.
Hell yeah, dude. Do it for a quarter of the price, dude.
After that last shit they did. God damn, the moon landing. Hey, didn't they supposedly send some shit into the sun? Wasn't they sending some stuff to the sun or something like the same thing? The other thing came back.
Dave, do you remember Alex Collier? This guy, like in the 90s, I think I showed you a video of him last time, but I'll never forget this guy, and he's almost unfound now, but the stuff he said was just crazy, man. He was like,
okay, what are the physical characteristics of the Alpha Draconians? What do they look like?
I don't have that. Maybe it's in the car. They're ugly. I mean, they think we're ugly too, and I guess it's all a matter of perspective and belief system. In my belief system, and I'm only taking responsibility for me, they're ugly. They're anywhere from 7 to 22 feet tall. They can weigh up to 1,800 pounds. They're reptilian. The longer, the ones that have stubby tails, if you see one that has no tail, he's of the warrior class or the worker class. The longer the tail, the higher their rank. When you see one with long tails, with winged appendages, he's considered royalty. Whenever you see one, you ought to just run like hell. You shouldn't approach it. You shouldn't provoke it. Just get the hell out of its way. Just get out of its way. Just run. There is a way to kill them. You can't cut off their head. There's one here underneath this armpit and one here. Or if you can't get to that area and you need to slow it down, you need to hit it right above its groin area. It has a very large liver. You need to wound it there to slow it down. It is not something where man-to-man combat you're going to be able to deal with, because they apparently have the strength of 12, 15 men. They're incredibly quick. They're incredibly psychic. They know what you're going to do before you do it. If they get here en masse, we got real problems. Real problems.
Now, does he think they're coming from some planet?
Advise human beings
Well,
to do it, but they
what's crazy about this guy was he was a part of that movement, that ancient aliens movement, the the reptilian, the grays, all that stuff.
Yeah.
He kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. Like almost when David Icke was in his peak, this guy was also popping up, just like William A. Cooper and all these other guys, And I often thought that stuff was real until you grow up in life and discover more things and realize we are actually the most important creation, and it's all about us more so than anything else out there.
Right.
But the crazy thing is, Dave, I haven't heard from this guy in years. I look him up now and I can't find anything from him. The oldest footage, the newest footage is that footage. It's like a fucking VCR recording in the 90s.
Maybe he went against the grain. Or maybe
Right.
he's working behind the scenes, setting shit up for these other jokers that come out here and push that shit. Like,
Yeah.
Like the hair guy from Ancient Aliens.
Oh, yeah, Giorgio Sokolis.
Yeah, the hair guy. It's like, yeah, dude, he's all the time. It's aliens. It's obviously it's fucking aliens. What else would it be? It's like, well, there's probably about a million other things it could be without being aliens.
Well, that's what gets me about Werner von Braun's theorem. Werner von Braun said the very last thing that the world governments would do is pose a extraterrestrial threat. Then you got speeches like Ronald Reagan's speech and other speeches that indicate, what would the world be like if an extraterrestrial being was to introduce itself to us with more technology? Would we still be considering ourselves Chinamen, American, or would we look at each other as earthlings? And I find that so intriguing that if they were to use a final chess piece to convince us all we need to be controlled as a unit in the world by one entity, it would be aliens, It would be aliens, right?
Well, that's what we've been waiting on Project Bluebeam for a long time. They've had the technology since the 60s, and it's only gotten better.
Right.
And then they started juicing up the airwaves with, the U.S. Air Force is given disclosure. And then from given disclosure, then now they're talking about, showing the gun footage of aircraft they've encountered and this other shit. And then we had the one land outside of Vegas, and then the paper mache alien. I mean, this was a crescendo to the paper mache alien, which I was like, that's the stupidest shit thing I ever saw. They've really been doing this for a long time and getting us ready for it. The problem is I don't think anybody's going to really buy it. Now there's a few, but I've been saying this, and now I'm hearing other people. I think I heard Dave Weiss say it today. And I've been saying this for the last couple of months, that you're going to see a tipping point in flat Earth this year. This year, you're going to see it. It's more and more people are coming to this all the time. And through our wonderful internet that is worldwide, right? Oh, Darth Vader, what happened? He left.
Oh, he might have been trying to switch his settings or something.
I got him back. There he is.
Oh, yeah.
But check it out. Here's your internet. There's your internet. See all them yellow lines?
Yeah.
Those are undersea cables.
Oh
Those
yeah, and then
map of
Elon
all-
Musk. Right now, he's working on. There's supposedly with that Starlight, they're trying to get internet high speed nation or worldwide
Yeah.
available to everybody. I mean, let's be honest. You get all that
They're called
connected. I mean,
Starlink. Starlink.
yeah. I mean, it's
Well,
basically just overdoing this, and it's just going to be easier to get your information.
well, sure, man. After all, that's the guy that there's a car up there flying around right now in space. Around
Yeah.
the Earth right now, there's a car up there. Get the fuck out.
He said with pictures when it comes to Earth, it looks fake. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I know, right?
oh
crazy.
man.
It's crazy. Dave, have you seen these going around online? I've never seen anything like it. It's like these ancient manuscripts being discovered all over the world. I don't know who these people are posting this shit, but it's crazy. It's like Aramaic Kabbalah scripture on these little turn the audio off here on this. But you look at all these symbols on here, and like clearly this stuff was made probably back in the Roman times. I'd say even before then, maybe Babylonian.
Mhm.
But you see, like they find these little scrolls, and then you open them up. Look at all the symbology on the side of
Yeah.
them. And then these guys open this stuff up. I don't know who these people are. I'd love to know who these people are. But they open this stuff up, and inside it, you got an entire scroll, man. It's a whole scroll of information written in this ancient language. And I gotta tell you, Dave, I would kill to understand what's on there. I mean, how cool, right? To find one of those things. Like, I'm sure some schmuck could have made it in a basement too. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of scam artists out there. But if it is real, if that is real, how cool would it be to read that and understand it? Like, there's just so much secret knowledge they're keeping from us that
Yeah.
you know.
But check this, even the translation techniques are controlled.
Right.
You take a look at, like, there's a lot of people, they praise this guy Zachariah Sitchin and the his discovery of this shit about the Anunnaki and Nibiru and all this shit. But his translations are shit.
Yeah, didn't he get caught out for fucking lying and stuff?
Yeah, he did. They all do, man.
Yeah, it's almost like you can't really do the right thing without getting killed, almost. You know?
Well, nobody gets out of here alive anyway, so what the fuck? Might as
Yeah.
well go out doing the right thing.
Yeah, that's what
That's
I
the
think.
way I look at it.
About anything.
I'm at that
I mean,
point in my life, Sav. What's up, Darth Vader? Go ahead, brother.
Oh, it was just like you said. Like, did you do anything good, you get killed. Like, what was it? The 70s, 60s, something like that. There was a guy that made it to where it would have been like 70s, 80s. It was a guy that made it to where you can use. It was a car powered on. Was it trash or water? It was,
Oh yeah, water and electricity.
water and electricity.
He was a German engineer that tried to present it to Daimler-Benz, Mercedes-Benz, Wunderstock Audi. He tried to present it to Bayern Munich Vehicle, BMW, and they all turned him down because, of course, they'd be losing money on the whole fucking shtick because their engines were built on petrol base. And so he flew to America because General Motors gave him an offer for an interview. And it was so ironic because their headquarters were based in Michigan, but they had him fly out to LAX and then drive up the Highway 1 to some remote town, like on the Highway 1. Could have been any one of them, Carmel by Sea, San Luis Obispo, any one of them. But on his way there, he fucking died in a car wreck, and he was the only one that had that information that he wanted patented, a vehicle that could operate on water and electricity. Dave, that's all factual.
Yeah, dude. It was crazy when I read about it. I was like, holy shit. Okay, I ain't inventing shit.
Right, that goes back to Tesla and free energy. Like Dave's always talking about Tesla. Like that guy, I always thought he was trying to recreate it, but in many ways, I understand when Dave puts it into perspective, he was really interpreting it. He was bringing back old information that our civilization had achieved, but he was suppressed, by doing so. And I don't know, Dave, if you're familiar with Donald Trump's grandfather's brother, but apparently, like the uncle of Donald Trump.
Donald Trump's uncle? Are you talking about Dr.
Yeah.
John Trump? He
Yeah,
was
can
given
you
access.
explain that? Can you explain that to everyone?
Well, it was when Tesla died, the FBI, the government confiscated all of his works and papers under the Alien Confiscation Act. And the problem with that is he was actually a citizen. So what? Anyway, this Dr. John Trump was given access to all of Tesla's books and his works, and that happens to be Donald's uncle, and Donald was his favorite nephew. In fact, Donald's middle name is John after his uncle, Donald John Trump. It's John, yeah. So, I wonder, there's a lot of similarities between the Trump Tower and the building that Tesla lived in. Floor plans and things such as that. There's quite a bit to it. There's even people saying that maybe even Trump's a time traveler. I mean, what if Barron Trump is a younger Donald Trump from another timeline?
Right.
I don't know.
Well,
What the fuck?
it begs to
That
ask,
kid's a fucking Nephilim. Have you seen him? He's like 8 feet fucking tall, man.
Yeah.
it begs to ask the question. This guy was being interviewed by Oprah in, what was it, 1987 or 1986, Dave? I don't know if that's the exact year, but in the late 80s, and he was asked if he would ever run for president, and he said no, but if he would, he'd win. Such confidence, such bold confidence, and this guy does it, and he wins. And then when he does it, as people who are awake, I think one thing we should all realize with the whole Trump fascination, the whole QAnon stuff, I personally don't support it simply because all the things that were promised didn't occur. James Jr. didn't come back. All these things get arrested. So let's just chalk it up to another psyop. But I will say this: it is fascinating how much this guy distracted and disrupted the grain of the flow of the elite. I mean, they could not stand him. They wanted nothing to do with him. It was almost like he was used as control. I'm sorry, those are notifications on my laptop.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where that was. I was hoping. Oh, thank God somebody else hears that.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Put on Do Not Disturb. I am so sorry, guys. I practice law, so I always get notifications from potential clients.
Because that was perfect timing. As soon as I took that hit, I started to get that feeling, and I was like, "Oh, is that real?"
My phone's dead. I knew it wasn't.
It's just a text. Just a text. But the reality of it is how this guy came into this. I mean, whether he was controlled opposition or not, you cannot deny how much he disrupted the flow of the agenda. It was almost like we got to get this guy out of office because he's going to fuck up our whole plan. And it makes you wonder, someone who would have a tool to discover how the future is going to take place. Trump would be an ideal candidate for that, his family anyway. Surprise, America was an illusion. All countries are an illusion. We live in a type of farm prison. That funny as fuck.
This is for real. This is for real. Did you know that the King of England, one of his titles is Prince of America? I showed a thing about that the other night, man, that we're still a British colony.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean we're a different branch of them. I mean,
that's
came
it.
over here, repopulated, and we got dumber.
Well, I think that's what people don't realize, right? I mean, you look at the Freemasons, our founding fathers, they were Freemasons, and you look at why they wanted to get away from Europe, and Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati. These people had an affront towards the church and the royal families. They wanted to follow the Church of Science, and there was a disagreement amongst the elite in that regard, and that's why I think World War I and II happened. In many ways, when you look at the Japanese and the Germans and the way they operate as a civilization, the level of efficacy with their cars. Japan is the most advanced technological country in the world. I've been to Japan. There's not a single piece of trash on the road there. It's insane. These people have extreme fetishes too. You look into Germans and Japanese, they got some weird fucking, so there's something about their genome that's very different from the rest of the world. And also when you dive into that, the royal bloodlines, the bloodlines of Cain, and you dive into this theory of these people genuinely believing their blood is superior to ours, and they mix it, therefore you get the ancestral background with the royals and all this stuff. I think when America was created, it was created by a different sect of the same evil motherfuckers who just wanted to do it a different way. And in 300 plus years, they are going to show what they wanted to do. It's almost as if Europe was kind of like a car with 150,000 miles on it, and America was that brand new car off the lot with 0 miles. And it was like this transition occurred. And if you look at the Islamic tradition and you talk about the Ark of the Covenant in the Christianic tradition, Islam speaks of America as the great shaitan, the great devil. Islam
Great
says that the
Titania.
Dajjal, yes, sir, the Dajjal will rise from America. And if you look at Christianity, we speak of the Antichrist, right? So to me, in many ways, I feel like America is the propeller of the next Antichrist regime. I don't know if that's going to be Israel or what, but I think America was the bridge to this next stage that we all are aware of as the end of days.
Maybe. Babylon the Great, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Statue of Liberty, like people never think about that. The French.
It's not a chick, man.
It's not a chick. It's not a chick. It's literally a tranny.
What is his name? Steve Corwin? What was it? The actor looks exactly like him. I can't remember.
And look at those hands. Look at those hands. That's Lucifer.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Illuminating with the torch, right? A very beautiful man. Okay.
And that's the biggest argument, Dave, that I have with these scientific people. Like, I haven't seen Ruhif on your channel. I don't know if you guys ran him off or what, but all these people that come on, or even in the chat that want to troll, science aside, all your mathematical ambition and capability that we seem to miss out on, folks, can we just use the common sense of the corruption and the fallacy that is, as children, we are all raised with lies, and by the time we're old enough to have hair on our face and we go through puberty, we realize those were just fake ass fucking profit machines. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, you name it. And then as you get older, by the time you're 40, as a child, you thought everyone knew what they were talking about at that age. But no, we're all pretending to fucking know what we know. We're all faking it to make it. So just that alone, to me, in the court of law, is enough evidence to throw out anything these fuckers are telling us. Do you know what I mean? Like,
that's where it goes.
What'd you say?
Oh, well, that's where it goes into I want a nation full of workers, not a nation full of thinkers. It's a whole shebang. I mean, school was a free 8-hour brainwash session for 18 years.
You're the second person that's brought that up today to me. Really, Sebastian, is some people were over here earlier when Amanda came by, and that's exactly what we were talking about. And the guy had brought that up. He says, "Man, they don't want people to think," and we went right into the whole education system. Yeah, preach it, brother. This has been. This is it right here. We tell you some shit, you repeat it back, and we tell you you're smart because of that. Yeah. And it's like, what?
I hope the Rockefeller school system was brought up, because I'll tell you this. When you think of schools, we all remember that bell after period. It's designed to teach us and program us to be factory workers for our breaks and lunches, right? When you think of school sitting in a desk for 8 hours a day, how many of us had too much energy to do that? And we were categorized as attention deficit, hyper dysactive order babies or ADD babies or whatever. Oh, you need to drug this kid up with methamphetamines, which is essentially what ADD pills are, Adderall, it's amphetamines. They set us up in a way which you can find and trace K through 12th, the Rockefeller system. It has everything to do with the ban of alcohol during that time when NASCAR was invented and everything. They created a system. They sent out men to universities, lawyers that had enough money to dispel onto the university. Hey, you want us to build your yard? You want us to create you a fucking sports program with a stadium and everything? Let's do it. We got the money, but you got to do what we say. We got to have a say on the board of fucking the shareholders, And so what you got in less than 50 years, because of the Rockefeller family, was a system of schooling that designed us not to question what the truth was, but to follow direction. And those of us who can't do it efficiently by 12th year, we drop out. We're considered we're considered delinquent. And it's ironic because I had a 4.0 GPA. I got a full ride scholarship under the Bill and Melinda Gates Trust that allowed me to go to law school for free. And I had the blessing to learn and practice law. And I'll tell you this much, folks. If there's one argument that you can use against anyone who says, oh, you're stupid because of the stuff you're talking about, it's not being discussed amongst higher education, I'll tell you this much right now. There has not been that many poor and normal middle-class people I've met that are on par with the truth as rich and wealthy people. These people that are in positions of authority and influence in our society are far more acute to the reality, and they're playing a part. It's that silver tongue tie wearing devil role, and they bask in it. They fucking bask in it, because when I get behind closed doors with these guys and we're talking money, it all comes out. And it's just ironic, as a brown man, I can't even discuss this stuff without being laughed at, because, I don't look like I'm rich. I don't look like I come from a wealthy background, but I've been lucky enough to work with these people. I've been lucky enough to communicate with these people, and they are sociopaths. They think they are God. They do not believe that there is a higher power above them and they should act accordingly. They think they are that higher power, and it gives me goosebumps, man. I'll tell you.
We got Dreamy coming up with her new puppy.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Yeah, you can share a picture of him if you know how. I don't really know how to do that.
I know how to do it.
You can share it.
I'll do it. Let's see.
I'll approve the message. He is adorable.
Oh my God, yes, he is. Hang on, there's
bed.
2 of them here, so I'm going to take them. I'm going to send them to my wife, and then I can pull them up on Facebook Messenger, and then I can show them on the screen. Yeet.
He was on the bed teasing my chihuahua.
Let me just show you guys something real quick. This is them faking some space real quick. This is
ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp.
Look at that crap.
But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that a normal car has. It's literally a normal car. And so
there's the power of a vacuum.
Which I kind of like the absurdity of that.
Yeah.
And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman.
They want you to believe that thing's out there too.
Ridiculous and impossible.
It's crazy.
It's not.
I mean, it's just illogical to think that there's enough gravity that could hold water onto a ball but wouldn't squish us like a bug. If anybody's ever been in a flood or flood waters,
it's a selective force.
It's containment, man. If there's anything I understand as a normal guy, is containment. You got something that's pressurized and contained. That explains what we live in, and that's something I'll never be able to wrap my head around until after I die, probably. It's just like when you got guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it's pear-shaped. It's these very scientists are the ones who will tell us they have to change their facts every 10 to 15 years because that is the definition of science.
Are they saying we're a worm that lives inside a pear? I mean, that's where my brain goes when you said that.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you're right.
All right, you guys. Here's Dreamy's little puppy.
Oh, snap.
Here's Dreamy's puppy.
Oh, snap.
His name's Dreamkeeper.
Oh my God, is that a Chow Chow?
Yes.
Oh, they're beautiful. Those are the Chinese war dogs, man. They're like the German shepherds of China.
He's 3/4 Chow, but he looks full-blooded, except those ears are a little tippy.
Chow Chows are the best. That's a good thing he's 3/4 because the full breed ones are like they're bitey.
She showed me that. I said, "There's no way that's not real."
That's what I thought when I looked at it. I was like, that's a stuffed animal.
CGI. Right? It's CGI.
Like that thing just looks like it came right out of a toy store,
Yeah. You Disney shows.
It was about midnight, night before last. I seen him on Craigslist. I've been looking for like a year for a chow. I was looking for a full-blooded, but it just said chow. So I got so excited. I'm like, there you are. You're mine. and so I couldn't even sleep. So 8 o'clock in the morning, I waited until about 10 after and start texting the person and set it up to go see him. And Yep, they had 3, and he was the one that came right up to me, was curious,
Aww.
looking around, would wander off, come right back, so he would pick
That is so
me as
sweet.
much as I picked him.
That is so sweet. Yeah, this is just a pilot risking his career to prove flat Earth.
Oh hell, they don't give you no hassle about it no more.
Let me turn the audio off because I don't want Dave to get copy struck.
I've actually heard this. I've watched this.
Yeah,
one.
I've seen this one several
See, now
times.
what I was confused about this one, guys, is how, because doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson himself say that even on a plane you can't see the curvature? So
Yeah.
how does this necessarily prove it? I'd love to hear your guys' opinion.
Well, Dave knows the exact measurements. What is it? Every 8 meters or 8 feet or some dumb shit like that? It's supposed to be a.
Well, it's supposed to be 8 inches, actually 7.9 inches per mile squared.
Okay.
Up to 1,000 miles. Okay. Now that's at the ground level, right? That's what you would experience. So what would happen is your horizon would, as you rose, it would have to start dropping below you.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
It's
It
perception
doesn't
that
drop
gets
below
it.
you. It stays right within your eyesight zone, right there,
Right.
within the eye range, always right there.
Right.
So that's impossible, especially if you get up in any kind of altitude. That you would see the horizon drop, but you don't. There's no convexity measured whatsoever to any of it. And a plane, and I'm assuming he was about 35,000 feet. That's usually cruising altitude is around 35,000 feet. An airliner would have to drop down a mile every 2 minutes in order to maintain 35,000 feet. And they don't.
Well, yeah, because didn't you say also they're told to treat when they're in the air, you treat it like you're flying on a flat plane.
And treat the Earth as a non-rotating stationary plane. Yes.
Yeah.
Level plane. All your flight manuals, all your flight documents all tell you to do that. There was a guy here recently in a small Cessna that was trying to account for the curvature of the Earth, and he fucking crashed. So he found out the hard way.
Damn.
I wouldn't have done it.
Well, this much,
Angel
folks. The
Baby
greatest
Carson
Satanist of
wants-
Earth. I'm sorry to interrupt, Dreamy, but just really quickly, the greatest Satanist of Earth, Aleister Crowley, and then the second one following in our generation, Anton LaVey. They both on their deathbed said these quotes, quote unquote. The first one, I am perplexed. The second one, there's something very, very wrong. So these fucking sellouts on their deathbed.
What am I supposed to be seeing in the fucking chat over here? God damn it.
These fucking sellouts. Anyway, Dreamy, sorry, man. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to pass on a message from Angel Baby Carson. She wants you to tell her about the Giants, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Well, she had posted a thing about Robert Ludlow, a guy in Illinois who was in the Guinness Book of World's Record. He was like 8-9 feet tall or something like that.
Right.
And my grandfather had met him at one time. My grandfather lived in a town just a few miles from there. And I think El Dorado is where that guy lived. And he went there and met him. My grandfather said, I asked him about it. He didn't have a whole lot to say. It's not like they sat down and had lunch or anything like that, but it was kind of an oddity. And he remembered and he told me about it. But yeah, the guy existed, and I know someone who actually verified that the guy existed, because I remember I was looking through the Guinness Book of World's Records one time and I showed that. I said, you ever seen a guy like that? And my grandfather said, in fact, I saw that guy. And he told me.
They built parts of the U.S., right? Like, I mean, Dave, I don't know if you knew about this, but I remember watching a pastor. It was like a video on YouTube years ago about how the giants, the Nephilim, helped built the United States, and it led me to research it more. This is one of the really good videos I found about this. It was so crazy when I saw this.
The giants that built the West, United States, 1890s.
Like a lot of people say these videos are fake and stuff, but there's actual skeletal information. Like you can find
Yeah.
museums with they have graves and skeletons that are 10 times the size of normal human beings. Like it's a trip, man. You know what I mean? And apparently these people were alive as late as like the late 1800s in small towns in the Midwest and the East, you know? I was born in 1993. And for me, this stuff is so crazy because you can't put superstition past me because I come from a place that has a language, Sanskrit, that is older than pretty much every language invented after like Babylonian. You know what I mean? Sanskrit's
Right.
like the second oldest language in the world. And you go to India, there's like temples where there's monkeys in a town. There's cobra temples where there's literally poisonous, undefanged freaking snakes hanging out around babies.
Sure.
They don't bite the babies or nothing. There's a spiritual kind of understanding with those people over there. And, it always kind of blessed me with this aura of, whatever I'm being presented with is something that definitely isn't the truth, because if it's being presented to me, it's most likely something with an agenda. And so when you do your own research and you find that there are actually people like Dave, I've never in my whole life heard anyone say that they actually have a witness testimonial through a family friend or family regarding this. But my whole life I've researched it and I've found that there is more than enough evidence to state elongated skulls, giant skeletons, giant graves, not just in America, but all over the world. You know, and
Yeah,
read the Bible. I mean, Dave, what do they say? The Nephilim, right? They bred with us, and that's how these giants came to be. Or am I wrong?
Well, there's a lot of speculation. You know, I mean, I don't know. The bottom line, I don't know. There's a lot of theories on it. You can go by scripture, but how reliable is that?
Yeah, I don't remember where it's at in the Bible, but they talk about the height of a man and the age of men, and that it was
It's like,
that
honey, I
God
shrunk the kids.
God was the one that because of men and their behavior, disrespect of everything, that he shortened their stature and their lives to 125 years or something along that line.
Right.
So that's biblical text. Where they got that information, I don't know. But I do know that I've dated 3 guys in my life that were 6'9" and one that was 6'5". They're like looking up at a tree because I'm only 5'6". So are there tall beings? Yes, I think so. Where they come from, I don't know. Or is that just from, what is stated that, our height and our age became limited? Because
No,
if you
this
go
guy-
back to Noah's 900 and some odd years.
Right.
Well, they say Adam, according to apocryphic text, Adam was 60 cubits, which works out to be between 99 and 100 feet tall.
Right.
A cubit's about 18 inches. But this Wadlow guy, he died young. He died rather young. His body couldn't take the strain of that size and shit, I guess. I don't know. But here's
Yeah.
a little thing.
Crazy.
Robert Wadlow, who grew to an impressive 8 foot 11 inches.
Jeez. That's bigger than Andre the Giant.
It's almost 9 feet, man. But yeah, my grandfather, he might be even in that crowd right there. I don't know. But I do know that that's in El Dorado, Illinois. This was sent to me by Angela Carson earlier today. She was kind of going, and I mean, it's like
So,
I forgot all about it.
Angela just said look differently at the 3 different sizes of people that are close to each other. Apparently,
One of the
there's
last
people
of
that
the
are, like,
giants,
medium-
Robert Wadlow.
Yeah, there was.
Apparently,
I
there's
think
people that are
mushrooms.
that are like half his height but still taller than us. You know what I mean?
No.
You ever heard of Tom Thumb?
No.
I've heard the
No?
name, yes.
Hang on, let me
Dave,
get
I gotta,
that for you.
dude. You get this is. I always bring up the Dajjal, but it's so crazy to me how they talk. Ah, dude, we are living in some crazy times, man. Like my father passing me, finding this channel just a week later. Like everything going on right now is insane. Israel, Hamas, like the whole freaking thing, man. The whole shebang. We need. If this isn't the time to find your God, I don't know when is, man. It's just crazy. It's
So
crazy.
there was these really little people, and Tom Thumb, and they found a little woman for him too, man. Check this out. They actually had a kid. They were really little. I forget. Let me see if I can find another picture of him where it shows him with regular, with our size people. Let me see. That's him and his wife and his kid. Let's see. Let's see. Tom Thumb. Okay, well, there they are as adults with, let me see, are they? Okay, here you go. That's him. That's his wife.
No way.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's why you just can't.
Holy
You can't
shit,
go by
dude.
what you see, because it's like if you saw my sisters and you see their darker hair, you see their more darker skin tone, and I'm real pasty white, and you wouldn't think I belonged. I've seen the same thing with other people, you know. I have a friend, he looks totally white, blonde hair, curly hair, he's from Mexico, blue eyes, really, really good looking. You think he's a white boy, but no, his mom and dad are both definitely Mexican. I mean, you can look at them and know, you know, their nationality and their color and their dark black hair and everything, but he's not. So you can't just go by looks alone, because you don't know the heritage and whatnot within people. But little people, yeah, we had some little people in our town. Their kids were normal, regular size, but they were just little people. It was a couple. My son was caught making fun of him when he was 2, and I made him go up to him and apologize for, making fun of them. I'm like, no, he ain't going to do that. I never let my children do that.
Right.
But yeah, so you can't just look at somebody and say, oh, yeah, this or that about them, because you don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave, whenever you have time, if you got something to present before me, go for it. But yeah, this is just a story of the
Okay. I didn't see. I was looking at this thing. I was looking for some more information on this Tom Thumb guy.
Well, you know, I'm just so honored to be able to be on this panel and spread what my perception is. But this is speaking 4 languages. One of the languages, Urdu, which is very familiar to Aramaic and Arabic. In India, you learn that language, you know. And even though I'm Punjabi Sikh, grew up in New York City, born and raised, went to Catholic school, this always shone so deep with me because it was so similar. All the, like Dave always says, you look at all the major freaking propaganda pieces, you find the core. It's all the same story, right? So this one always rung true with me, and it's almost amazing this video is still up after all these years. But check this out, guys. I'll stop it before it ends. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but it's a trip, man.
Tamim al-Dari, who had embraced Islam, he used to be a Christian, embraced Islam, an Arab. He got up and he said, we were in a ship, and a huge storm hit us, and we were lost until our ship reached an island. We entered the island. He says, a beast came to us on this island. It had so much hair on it that we could not tell the front from its back, which was its head, which was its tail. We didn't know. And we said, waylaki ma anti, woe to you, what are you? Never seen a creature like you before. And she spoke. The beast said, Ana al-Jassasa. They said, Wama al-Jassasa? What is this al-Jassasa? And then the beast said, Ayyuha al-Qawm, people, intaliqu ila hadha al-rajul fi ad-dayr. Come come to this man who is waiting for you in a dair. A dair was known in those days as being like a place where people used to worship. And he said, there is a man who is waiting for your news anxiously.
This is a story out of the Quran, the Bible of the Muslims.
They said, we ran away from the beast immediately thinking it was a jinn. We entered this hut.
A jinn is a demon in Arabic.
That was set for worship. And suddenly we saw in front of us a person, a man who was the biggest in build that we have yet to have seen. His arms were wrapped to his neck with chains like this. And his head and arms were also chained together to his knees, to his legs, like this. He can just look up, and he's chained up really well, couldn't move. We said, what are you? And he said, you are able to hurt me because I'm chained up. So it's my right to ask, who are you first? They said, very well.
Wow.
So that was their encounter with this guy.
We are people from the Arabs. We set sail in our ship and a storm hit us until we became lost and landed on this island.
This island was in the Far East, what we now know as the United Kingdom, folks. Think about that for a second.
We came to this island and we found this beast that came to us that had so much hair on it, and it led us to you. They said we got afraid of this man and we didn't feel safe around him. However, the man said to us, tell me about the palm trees of Baysan. Baysan is a city in Jordan. He wanted to know whether there were palm trees planted in there or not. We said, what do you exactly want to know about Baysan in Jordan? He said, I ask you, are there more palm trees and have they be filled with dates or not yet? They said, yes, it is full of palm trees and full of dates, more than many other places in what we know. He said, soon its palm trees and dates will become scarce, will no longer give fruits. Today, really, in Jordan, dates are scarce now. It used to be in history, abundance. Now listen. He said, now explain to me about Buhayra Tabaraya. You know what Tabaraya is? Which ocean, which sea that is? Okay, the Tabaraya Sea. It's also close to Asham. They said, what do you want to know about it? He said, does it have water in it? They said, yes, there's lots of water. He said, soon its water is going to go away. It's not going to exist anymore.
As I'm sure you guys are familiar with Lord of the Rings, Mag and Magog, Maj,
Yeah.
they will drink up all of the water when they come in the end of days.
And truly today, the water has gone drier than before. Then he asked them, he said, tell me about Zaghar fountain. Zaghar fountain, probably about 3 days journey if you wanted to walk away from Jerusalem, Bayt al-Maqdis, that's where that fountain is. So basically in what we call Israel today. They said, what do you want to know about this fountain? He said, well, is there a large fountain and do people plant a lot of vegetation around it and it gives a lot of water yet? They said, yes, it's got a lot of water and its people plant a lot. Tell me about a prophet who is ummi, who is illiterate, cannot read or write. What has he done? They said he has come out in Mecca and now he lives in Yathrib, in Medina. He asked them, have his people fought him? They said, yes. He said, what did he do? They said, he was driven out by his own people. But he went to another Arab, the Yathrib people and those who embraced Islam with him, and they obeyed him. This man said to them, really? Has that really happened? They said, yes. He said, أَمَا إِنَّ ذَاكَ خَيْرٌ لَهُمْ أَن يُطِيعُوهُ. He said, behold, it is better for those people who obey him to keep on obeying him. He's actually supporting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وإني مخبركم عني. Now I'm going to tell you about myself. إني أنا المسيح.
This part
I
right here,
am Christ. Isa alayhi salam.
the Antichrist.
وإني أوشك أن يؤذن لي في الخروج فأخرج. He said, now very soon, based on the signs you've showed me, I'm
How
going
long
to
is
be
this
given
thing,
permission
man?
to leave and I come out. فأسير في الأرض. I will walk throughout the land. فلا أدع قرية إلا هبطتها في 40 ليلة. He said, there wouldn't be a village or a city or a place on earth except that I would have reached it all in 40 days. The whole world in 40 days. غير مكة وطيبة. All except two places, Mecca and Tiba,
The
Medina.
holy cities of Islam.
فهما محرمتان علي كلتاهما. He said, they are both forbidden for me to enter. Now when we say he enters, it means he conquers, takes over.
So how long is this thing?
كلما أردت أن أدخل واحد, he goes, every
I think it was just a few more minutes, but basically it's just the story of their version of the Antichrist. That's it.
Right. Well, they
And-
definitely
and
they're
the very
looking
last
for
part
that.
of the video, Dave, he says that the kafir sign will be on my forehead, which means non-believer, and he will be blind in one eye. So he will only be able to see through one eye. And in Christianity, we're told of the eye of ooh, there we go. How crazy is that, man? Talk about
Right.
synchronicity, dude. So they know all about this shit that we in
Yeah.
America are told as conspiracy theories. And that's why I've always found it hard to hate people from that side of the world. Because if you're raised with this idea that there are people that are brainwashed and are sheep on the other side, and their rulers are evil, you know, how bad are you? If that's what you're raised with. Now, it really poses a question to a person who is good and loves. Do I want to wage war with these people who just see things the way I do in my remote way? You know, because we agree with them, but it's just because we don't understand their languages or how we can see the corruption.
I think to wage war on people because of their fucking belief is ridiculous in the first goddamn place. Waging war is psychopathic.
Yes, sir.
All right. Regardless, it's just psychopathic. Whether they want to wrap it up in a nice religious bow or whether they want to put it an economic bow, it doesn't matter, man. People fucking die, and
And what always freaks me out about that story too is in Islam they say that the Dajjal always has the covenant with him. And in Christianity, if you look up the Knights of the Templar and these Illuminatic orders from back in the day, the Ark of the Covenant used to be in Europe, and then they said it moved to where? If you do the research, during World War I and II, the United States and the UK became like twins. We had an operational exchange with them where we would offer them ammo, weapons, and all these resources for their exchange of military intelligence with us. And a lot of people believe they handed us a device that many of us know as the Ark of the Covenant in the Western world that now resides close to where the Bermuda Triangle by Florida is. A lot of people think that's hogwash, but I find it all fascinating because when there's a group of people across the world that believe in that stuff and say, yeah, that's real, man, don't go there, it's evil. It's like, you know, it's like, well, hold on now, let's all sit down and maybe have a beer over this, you know what I mean? Let's not grab the guns right away, folks, you know?
Well, I don't remember where I read it, but I did read it somewhere where the same entity gave both the so-called Christian and Muslims their different religions to divide us.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, I have friends that are Hindu, or that's what they profess to be Hindu, some that are Muslim, some that are Christian. I just don't buy into all that because, like I said last time, if we had just been born in a different country, our religion would change. So it's, to me, no count. It's a null and void point.
So I don't know if you're familiar with Sikhism, but the thing that enlightened me to this idea was Sikhism. And that was simply that Sikhism was founded after the United States was founded. And it was because of Hindus and Muslims slaughtering each other. It was like a mini crusades in Asia. And so all these people that you know now as Sikhs in America, you know, with the turbans and they got their temples and stuff, These people were like, you know what? No, we're going to learn how to fight with swords and we're going to keep you out of our villages. This is bullshit. And their argument is these 10 humans that came through in about 25 years, the first Guru Nanak, and then the very last Guru Gobind Singh, who actually had 4 of his sons sacrificed to the Mughals, the Muslims, in order to retain territory for his people. He sacrificed his children so that more people could have their children in a territory. It was some crazy shit.
That's sick.
It is. But the reality of it is, these people, these gurus said, accept all, as we are all one children under God, and if someone needs your help, it is noble and righteous to die in the process of their help. And knowing so, you should never understand or try to understand the opposition of the rest of the world's religious beliefs, in the sense that anyone who comes from any background and has a part in history where a Godhead consciousness being came and preached wisdom, preached love, and spread this message, and after his death he's still discussed, that is the same energy that existed in a very benevolent time on earth. Because if you do the research, Yeshua ben Yosef, who was a Jewish born in what we now know as Iraq, was around the same time, the same millennia as Muhammad, as all these gurus and people like Buddha and stuff. And I genuinely believe, I don't know what it is about me, I could be completely wrong here, that during that time there was a frequency on earth that allowed that Godhead consciousness to try to teach us. And it hoped we would learn and grow. But instead we've gone in the opposite direction, almost as much as it knew we would, because that's the question. Right. Free will. Do we deserve free will? And
well, I do think that we should get to know each other, because, you know, the religion aside, I do think that, you know, in a way, we're all brother and sister. We can all learn from each other. I mean, I see good in all the different religions that I have looked into. I see all the creepy, nasty, bad crap too, but I mean, I see the good as well. And if we took all the good, people think, oh, if we lived in a utopia, this world would just be, you know, uninteresting, but that's not true.
Right.
I mean, because we still all have our different likes and dislikes and things like that, but we can learn from one another. And I find that I have a bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? I agree with some of the things that my other friends talk to me about. I mean, I have been told, well, you're not like most Americans because you'll actually talk and you don't get all butt hurt and bent out of shape and start, you know, raging at us. So, yeah, because I find it interesting. I find that they have some of the same beliefs that I do, that we shouldn't go around harming each other. I mean, I just see those commonalities, and that's what I take from it. And I think that we all could, but yeah, you're right. We've gone in the wrong direction.
And I think that's so beautiful. I think that's so beautiful that because you're open-minded and you're willing to question the corruption within your environment and your country, you're able to sit down and listen to these other people who are also struggling and trying to find the answer, as opposed to someone who will defend the child sex trafficking in their church or whatever and go, no, if you don't read verses 12 through 16 of John, you know what I mean? Like those kind of people are the ones that are really hard to deal with, because it's like, well, you know, hey, if you're just going to continuously do what you're doing, I can't get anywhere with you. But I don't know.
Like Sovereign said in the very beginning, you know, all this deception, you know, that we're just surrounded in, and the propaganda. I mean, that's a good word for it, propaganda and deception. It's one and the same, because, you know, I mean, no matter which way you turn, you've got people that are, you know, they're trying to deceive others. I watch it. You know what I do? I go around and I've trolled some of these troll sites that are always attacking other people and putting their content on their show and picking it apart and attacking. And I've gone in there and all I do is straight shoot a question at them. They'll ignore me their entire show. If I start out chatting with them, they'll throw out talking to me or answering. But then the minute I throw out something that is a fact that I know about them and their little nest of snakes, then they just stop immediately and they won't talk to me anymore, because I call them out. They know I see their deception. And I think more and more of us should do that. Call out these deceptions and just hit the nail on the head. don't try to appease them. And, you know, like all these people that keep saying, oh, well, we can't say this word or that word or whatever on YouTube. Screw that.
Well,
Why
it's
are
like
we
you
letting
pet the
them put a
dog.
chain around our tongue?
Yeah, it's like your
Right.
pet the dog. You know, you called it I'm so sorry. It wasn't Dream Catcher, was it? It was
Dreamkeeper.
Dreamkeeper. And like my dog Athena, she's a black German shepherd. She's laying right behind me on the sofa right now. We've all had dogs, I'm sure. We've all had pets, but dogs are the only animals on earth that unconditionally love and are loyal to their
Yes.
master. I mean, even Hitler had a dog named Heidi, a German shepherd that loved Hitler, I'm sure. And it's just crazy to me that we look at dog. English is the most influential language in the world. And you look at the word dog, you spell it backwards, it's God.
God.
Right?
Yeah.
And dogs are with us at all times. If you've had dogs in your family, you would know. And I'm just like, man, you know. Anyway, Dave, you probably wanted to play this for the last 15 minutes. Thanks for being so polite, dude. You're the best host of all time, dude.
Yeah, this kind of goes along the same lines. This, you know, watch this is crazy. Because like you were saying, there's something about this, and I think there's something about blood sacrifice and power, you know, and of course they do too. And I just can't figure it out. But watch this shit. I found this really interesting.
You know that almost every single famous person has lost a child. Every single person you see here in this video has lost a child, often under bizarre and mysterious circumstances. If you can find a rare exception of a celebrity who did not lose a child, they usually will have lost someone incredibly close to them much before the assumed time that person would have died, like a mother or a father. This phenomenon stretches across the whole spectrum of celebrity, everyone from musicians, actors, politicians, rock stars, and even sports stars. How many people do you know in your life who has lost a child? How many people do you know that lost that child under mysterious circumstances? Just from a mathematical perspective, it does seem a little odd that we can find so many examples of this amongst celebrity culture. What in the world is going on with this? You know that almost every...
That's crazy.
I mean, that's true.
What brings me back to
Well, that's a blood sacrifice so they can stay in their positions.
Everybody I've like grown up to listen to, Kanye West lost his mom, Eminem had a best friend in high school. I mean, I could just keep going, dude. It's freaking crazy. You know, Lady Gaga had a best friend who was also a singer before she blew up. But like the ones that get to me the most, even though they have nothing to do with that video, Dave, are John Travolta's son who needed medical attention, and the Church of Scientology forced him to never get that medical attention and never get a son that medical attention. And then also just all these people that believe in, you know, you go from the 7-day cult, that like cult, remember in California, Dave, where they all like killed themselves. They drank that cyanide shit because the leader told them that aliens are going to save them if they killed themselves on that moment. You know,
6079 Smith W's here. I wanted to ask you about something there, Smith. Something about regarding that I doxed you. You went on another show and said I doxed you or something. Somebody was telling me that. I don't know if what's going on, but I don't dox people. You can dox yourself.
Trolls are nasty.
I don't know.
These trolls.
I don't know, man. But check this out.
Living in a Masonic matrix. There are people who want us to believe what they say reality is. And if you start thinking on your own, they will drop a hammer on you really fast if you start thinking outside of the box. And that's what happens when people start using their brain and say, I don't believe that's real. I don't believe that's the way it is, because you're outside of the box. They've created a narrative for everybody to believe. When you start saying that's not true, that didn't happen, or it happened this way, then they have to come after you. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're a tinfoil hat wearer. You're a domestic terrorist. You're something to frighten you, to intimidate you, to get back into the matrix. That's how they're controlling the world.
Ridicule in fake space.
It's a fucking trip, hey laddies. Hey.
That happens even within families. It happened to me. You know, I don't conform. I don't comply. I don't bow. So, you know, I mean, they've used every tactic they know, even took me through court and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, they will try to do anything and everything if you think for yourself or ask all the wrong questions according to them.
Yeah.
Well,
Especially after they say there's never a wrong question, right?
Dave, have you ever
hear
heard of
that?
the Illuminati card game?
What's that?
Dreamy was just talking about it. It just made me think about the Illuminati card game. You know about
Yeah.
that?
Never played it.
Oh my god. Okay, so if anyone in chat doesn't know, we might as well pop this up real quick. This was popped out by a company that went out of business like within 2 years of its founding, but it was sold all over the United States and the world.
Yeah.
It's just insane. You guys got to see this for yourself, man. This was all before most of these events that are on these cards even took place.
Is this
Yeah, it's been
warning
on
us?
this for quite a while.
Yeah. Look at this freaking. I'll turn the audio off because I don't trust these TikToks. But you see that, like, the enough is enough, the revolting and the civil dispute, the Pentagon getting attacked, Princess Diana getting killed, Hollywood, media, big media, food chains, terrorist nuclear attack right here, epidemic, New World Order. It was created by something called Illuminati Games or something. Mark Jackson Games, Illuminati Games. But this card game you would use these cards to win the game, and like whatever event or, you know, and then even Donald Trump's on one of the cards, right, Dave? Like Donald Trump's on one of the cards called the Trump card. It's literally called the Trump card, man. Like, you know, it's just like, what the fuck?
Well, don't any of you find it interesting how they're utilizing everyone to create this chaos? They're using us to create the chaos so they can come back in and say, oh, well, here, we've got something better for you, and give us another offer of a different, better, quote unquote, life, right? But they're using us to achieve that. And people are falling for it. That's how I see it.
What the fuck is that? Is that a fish? It is.
Yeah,
I'm blind.
I mean, watch the Earth. Watch. Oh, it's curved. It's curved.
Wouldn't that glass jar
look,
just
flattening
bust?
out. Oh, it went convex for a minute. Yeah, I got a lot of questions about that myself.
Damn. You ever see, Dave, did I ever show you that one where he's got like the candle in a water container and he's like putting it underwater? I think I showed that a long time ago.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, that's what I'm talking about with the containment and the pressurized atmosphere. Like, you know, you can't tell me it's just the Van Allen radiation belt that's containing everything inside this. You know, if what they're saying is how it works, we're moving millions of miles an hour and all that. Like, I get it.
Hold on, wait a second. Smith, do you actually think that there's a difference between TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook? Really?
Oh my God! Right?
Really?
Yeah,
really?
that's not even
Hold on, it's a Chinese app. They're spying on you. But let's not forget that every fucking piece of electronics that you have is Chinese in the first place. So,
man, you listen to these kids, Dave. You listen to these kids. These kids will tell you, man. If there's one thing, I used to buy into that Congress hogwash about TikTok, like, oh, they want.
Yeah.
But you go onto all these other apps like YouTube, Twitter, and other stuff. It's so censored, man. It's hard to find channels that actually can give you good information without getting censored. TikTok is one of the few places in the US that you can go online and find some shit that's actually like not censored. But the problem with that is it's also
that's why they want it shut down, is because it's fucking awake and there's little short format videos, right?
Yeah, but now aren't you seeing all these accounts just doing extra fake shit, Dave? I'm sure you run into that where it's
yeah.
Every account's like
always use discernment, man.
Yeah, and I feel like that's them now. Now that they couldn't get it to stop in that way, now they're just flooding it with a bunch of bullshit. Like,
don't you think it's
AI
just AI? Don't you think a lot of it's just like AI bots that are out there? Because it's really ramped up almost beyond the capacity of humans, if you get what I mean. The amount and the numbers of these people that are supposed people going around doing these attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you know, I mean, there's a thing that like in law, and you should know that, something that's beyond a human control, right?
Right.
No, but
So
they've
that's
made it with
kind of
ease
sort of
of
what I'm
access
talking about.
now.
It's just
What'd you say, Darth Tutor?
Well, they make it with ease of access right now. I can't really get too much into it because of this fat waiver I signed with the camp. But basically, what I can say is pretty much like you'll get one person. They can set out a code, a script, and they'll break it down. They make their own bots, and
right.
they'll get email addresses, phone numbers, things like that.
What?
And then they'll just click one button and send out all these different attacks, different bots saying different things. Most of the time they say the same thing. That's why they say to try to look before you look at the before you click the link. There'll be like a little lock, make sure the websites match, all that good stuff.
Right.
They know you're safe from an attack.
I
But
learned
yeah,
that from
it can be one person
yeah.
send out thousands of attacks,
Just
and
fucking
they can make
crazy,
a
dude.
script to
I
where
miss
it's
the
on a
days when
loop.
you could YouTube 9/11 was a hoax and
Yeah.
like 10 documentaries would pop up on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Did you see? Did any of you?
Listen,
Did
there
any,
used to be a time like that. But have you guys ever heard of a movie from 2016 called Amerigeddon?
No,
Did you ever hear this?
I'm not a movie person, but I
I'm
seem
not
like
either. Yeah.
the name sounds
like
familiar.
a minute. This is I remember seeing it. I want to watch it again because this is like around the time I started getting on to even more shit. But check this out.
Malcolm, I have a lot on your mind.
Heat up my burrito.
The sustainable population of our planet is no more than 500 million.
All this knowledge seeking
We're
makes a
willing to
young
kill
man
7
hungry. You know what I mean?
Well, most of those lives aren't worth living. Massive humanity.
This is somebody
You
just.
ever heard of that phrase, the eyes are hungrier than the stomach?
Yeah.
That's me, dude. I went to Chipotle today and I got 2 burritos. Like,
Oh, that was you talking.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, he was playing a clip. I was trying to listen to it. I don't give
Oh
a
shit!
Yeah, it's not got a real loud
I'm
volume.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know if
mute
you
up.
hear it.
Yeah, I'll mute up. All right, Smith. Shit, Smith. No, I'm joking.
India, China, they live in squalor. They'd be better off dead. The world would be better off without them.
And America will be first.
Yes, well, as our friend Henry Kissinger said, a strong America is the only thing standing in the way of a new world order. We have foreign troops on the ground now, under the UN banner. Country only needs a little chaos.
The American people are resilient. What's to come if the citizens rise up?
Yes, well, when parents see their children starving, families hauled away to FEMA camps for imprisonment or worse, then yes, we expect some resistance at first. But the vanity of nationalism will quickly fade. The people will beg for help.
The
Right.
people will beg for help, and that's exactly what they're counting on. See, you know, oh, there's no food in the stores, there's no food in your cupboards, nobody has any money. We're the government, and we're here to help. All you have to do is this. All you have to do is that. Oh, you want to get your weekly ration? Well, we have a new rule now you have to comply with if you want your weekly ration. You see?
I kind of like the way a cop watcher put it. Every time you beat one of us down, arrest us, abuse us, use force against us, you just create another one of us.
Yes.
And that's what's happening. They are creating more and more of us that are saying, hey, enough's enough and not anymore. And no, we're not afraid of you and we're not backing down. So they are creating that scenario. But there's also, like you say, those that are willing to hold out their hand for that loaf of bread. My family, my grandparents, their parents that went through the Great Depression, they weren't like that in my family. Skills is what got them through, and they didn't suffer like a lot of people did during the Great Depression that lined up in the bread lines and soup lines and whatnot. They actually supported themselves through it.
That's
But
when
that's
there was.
because they had skills.
Yeah, that's when there was men. But the same day JFK died, so did the writer of Brave New World. There are no men anymore.
Aldous
Yeah,
Huxley.
that's sad enough.
Aldous, but hold on. Not that I'm going to say Aldous Huxley didn't contribute to a lot of woke content.
But he was part of the establishment. Don't
There
you
we go. I was just going to say.
I know that. Obviously,
English
I was
society.
making a metaphor there, Dome. Use your dome. That's what I was doing.
I got it.
Dave, now that I'm up here, you want to address me from the panel? How we doing? Did you hear other things that I said about you? Did I say how I said you're cool and how we already addressed that
I
thing
just
the other
got
day?
somebody had said something. They had messaged me. I didn't see it myself, and they said that they
Obviously left the part out.
Well, you
I
let me
explained
hold
that whole
on,
thing,
hold
and I said,
the
you
fucking
want to run that
phone
clip
and
back?
let me finish. Stop, or I will put you backstage until I'm done talking. All right. So someone had told me that you had said that I had doxed you, and I was like, I'm not aware of ever doing anything like that. So I don't know. Next time I'll ask him about it. You don't have to get all defensive because I don't give a shit one way or the other. Okay. So I'm not accusing, attacking, or anything. I just wondered about it. It makes no shit worth of beans to me one way or the other. So now go ahead, say your piece.
Well, just that if we run it back, it was at exactly 2 hours and right around 30 seconds. You could probably go to 2 hours and 10 seconds on your 1,000 subscriber show. And RT starts hinting at a red dot on a map and we know right where you're at. And I called it out right then and I cammed up and I said, so you want to fucking dox me? Then do. And it was right before Flo appeared. And now RT has me blocked everywhere he goes because he's fucking scared shitless. Computers go both ways. You would remember if you doxed. I don't care if you fucking did. I was saying it was a straight. Excuse me, Dome. You're not even in this.
I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to dox you.
I'm saying it was a strange. It was a strange. Strange.
Right.
Hey, y'all.
Hold up.
I got no issue with you. I came on here again with you after that.
I understand. I don't have an issue either. I'm just wondering how I would be able to dox anybody at all. Now, I might be able to dox Darth Vader, and that's merely just because I know where he fucking lives. Okay.
So you got the computer, run the clip back 2 hours and 10 seconds on your 1,000.
I don't really care. Somebody else. Hold on, wait a second. Somebody else said something. Okay, somebody else that wasn't me said something about a red dot or something or another. I'm oblivious.
And you went along with it, and I don't care. And I came back on.
Wait. What do you mean I went along with it? I don't even recall anybody saying
I said play it back. I don't care. That's what I was talking about the other day. Then they email you and say, he says you doxed him. No, I didn't.
Hearsay. Why don't y'all just say screw it, fuck it?
Shut the fuck up! You're not in it either, Dreamy. Shit.
I'm just saying that right now what I'm seeing in a chat today, somebody using the same name as somebody that we always chat with in the chat comes in and starts talking all this smack.
Okay.
If you like each other, you're friends, you say, hey, so-and-so's doing this, doing that. That's hearsay crap.
I'm good with Dave, and that was hearsay. He's getting the email saying, "Oh, you saying I'm not saying that."
And who said female? Somebody that wants to drive a wedge between you, and you're falling for it.
Exactly. So can me and him talk it out without Dome or Dreamy? See how Darth's just kind of sitting there? This kind of between me and Dave. I came on his show after that.
No, it is between you and Dave.
And I got no issue with him.
There's no between anything.
He kind of joined the chat being the troll. Like he was talking crap about the lady guy.
Everybody. Okay, listen. All it was, I didn't really give a shit. I just thought it was odd, and I was trying to figure out how the heck I would even be able to dox anybody in the first place, and I just wondered about it. I don't really care about whatever drama you have going on with other people or what they have.
I got no drama.
I'm not in it.
Exactly.
I'm not fucking in it.
Exactly.
All right. So that's all. I just wanted to know. So someone else said something about a red dot, and we know where you are, and that was with them. Okay, that has nothing to do with me. Carry on. Never mind.
Well, that was it. You're addressing me from the chat, so then I came up on panel and
right. I just
over as I'm trying to just clarify things with you here.
Yeah. It wasn't an attack or anything else like that. I just wondered about it because I don't give a shit. I don't know where you live. I don't know what country you're even in. I don't care. I wouldn't have any way I know that Dreamy lives someplace out west, and I know that the Dome. I'm not sure where he's at. You know, I'm not even really sure where the fuck I'm at half the time. So, you know, it don't matter. And plus, you know, people think that's a big deal. Like for instance, they like, oh, they can track you, dude. You're already tracked. Everybody is, right?
I'm good. I'm good.
All you need is that beautiful.
I got a
IP.
big dog and I don't feed him a lot. I'm a gun owner. It's like I'm good.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying it
Same
was a
here.
weird,
That's what I'm saying.
it was a weird thing. It was a weird.
I don't care if
weird.
somebody. I don't care.
Anybody's
if
curious, go back and play it. And I'm not saying what you were
I'm
doing.
not. I'm not gonna. No, listen. Okay,
I know.
That's the
I'm
third
not trying
request.
I'm not trying to derail
I'm
the whole
not
thing.
going to go back and
I'm not trying to derail the whole thing. I just came on and he was talking about Lady Boy Gaga
I don't
and
really
Jesus.
care that much.
Yeah, well,
It's like,
no,
who's
what you did was you entered the chat in a troll form, brother, and everyone saw that. And Dave was just defending his show. It's like you come into the chat and you say, "Who cares about Lady Gaga?" She was brought up in reference to celebrities losing loved ones to a video he played. So it's like you come in like a troll and you get treated like a troll. But I think you're a cool dude. I have no issue with you. I actually appreciate you putting your cam on. Most cowards on YouTube don't do that.
Yeah,
so I got respect
cowards,
for you, man. I got respect for you.
Yeah, should check me out.
I myself, I've had people come out and say, "Oh, how's everything going on over there on good old Judy Lane?" You know, like trying to let me know they know where I'm at. And I'm like, "It's going fantastic. You should come over and play. I have toys."
Yeah.
Let's be honest. It's all a ploy, even when you do pay for the subscriptions, because someone out there has servers, and they have servers as a GG. As soon as you cut your beautiful device on and connect it to the internet, your Wi-Fi, all they need is an IP, and all you need to do is be in the same area as that connected source. If they got your IP, they can run your address, sometimes phone, depending
But
on what
all
it
of
is.
that's
It's
already
all
public
times. Just
information.
know that when you cut it on, when you buy the device and log in, you've signed your privacy rights away. It's all out
That's how they catch people in court for doing shit on their devices and
there.
trying to get away with it.
It's everybody has it. If you're worried about it, better just sell your device and just move and get off the grid, because that's the only way. And still, you're going to be tracked because you already left breadcrumbs.
Well, I was just
It's
referring
true.
to like domestic violence related situations, or stalking situations, revenge porn, any of these kind of online related matters. The court will use your inability to protect yourself online when you make those mistakes that breach the law.
Did any one of you watch the Murdaugh trial, the actual trial? The Murdaugh, he is a lawyer, and he killed his wife and son.
Yeah, the guy that and then he got killed too, right?
Well,
Didn't he get killed too?
No, he went to prison.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I don't want to get all sidetracked into that. I just want to bring up this one point about this one. I guess he is a special investigator. He dealt with like the cell phone tracking and all that kind of stuff. That was very, very enlightening information for anybody that wants to know what your cell phone can do. From you just picking it up, setting it down, walking around, it knows it all. And it was all in that trial. So if you want to learn about that, go listen to the actual trial where they're talking about that segment. Right. And you'll learn exactly how easy they know you picked it up and walked 10 feet. That's
well,
how
that was like, that was regarding murder, which
wrong.
was huge, right? That was like murder, which was obviously the feds were going to involve. But what I'm saying is like, just in my legal work stuff, like just the smallest thing, like posting a pic of a minor, and you do it on a ghost account on some social media platform. Then you get prosecuted for it because the minor's parents find out. The United States government, local municipalities have the ability to contact Verizon, contact Comcast, all these companies, and find out how to trace that and what device is being used. And in many cases, the webcams can be accessed even though they're off, or the app doesn't require them to be on entirely at all. So
even before having cell phones, my best friend was, and we didn't have computers. They weren't, well, I mean, we had them, but, only most people were very wealthy had them because they could afford them back in the 90s before actual internet was just widespread. But my best friend was killed, and so I needed to get a hold of her mother. When I called, her phone number had been shut off. So I called state police. They had her on the phone with me, and her phone restored through the phone company in less than an hour so that I could talk to her about the situation.
Wow.
And that was before that. So they've got technology that I've known for a very long time. And all I did was give the phone number that I last had that was active for her mom.
Right.
So, yeah, they've had information and, stuff. And you as a lawyer should know that all our names, our addresses, all that kind of stuff is public information.
Well, it's like chat Peter just said, it's all due to the Patriot Act. It was already pretty public before
that.
But after the Patriot Act, it became a thing where it was like 1 out of your 4 phone calls are getting tapped if your name isn't absolutely Anglo, 4th generation American. It was crazy. Now, like, they literally can. I have a friend whose fiance, she used to be a landlord at a rental apartment complex that I rented in Bellevue, Washington when I was going to school at the UW. And her husband, her fiance at the time, was a Air Force soldier who was on his way to being like a pilot for, I don't know if it was a F-22, but one of those jets that are just like super high end, cost nearly $25 million to create just one. And the FBI was interviewing his friends, like finding them through Facebook from high school, talking about what was he like, what was he doing, because of the level of knowledge and information he would have regarding the technology or whatever. But I was like 17 when this girl was telling me this stuff, and it would freak me out. It would just be like, what? They found his friends in high school on Facebook or whatever, or however, and got in touch with them. And
they do that before they give them their security clearance.
Right. Yeah. So this idea that you have any privacy, it's almost
no, because I've known since I was 21, and that was back in the 80s, that all your information basically is public. If I can locate anyone with their name and a city or their state. I can find that person, and I can dig up newspaper articles if they've ever been in trouble. I can find out stuff, and that don't cost me a damn dime. Had a friend, she was being stalked by this guy. She was being lied to him at first. He wanted to get with her. So I said, well, do you know his real name? And she said, yeah. So she gave it to me. Her friends were telling her, oh, get on this site or that site. You can pay this much or that much for the information. I'm like, no, just give me his name if you have it, and the county he lives in, or city or state or anything like that. She did. We found newspaper articles. I went to through Supreme Court information, got the fact that he was married, divorced, hadn't been paying his child support and all that crap. And I ain't a lawyer. I ain't a detective. I ain't educated in any of that crap, in any kind of schooling or anything. It's just the knowledge I've had since I was young, and I can do that. Anybody can do it the same way I do it.
So is this what the stream was about? I was a little late to it.
What's that?
Oh, I don't know.
No, we're just talking about all
Yeah.
the deceptions that are placed on us and what mainstream people believe. I mean, like, for instance, we've got all these people believing, oh, we got little dune buggies up on Mars, but people like us find the devil in the details. Check this out. This is crazy. I don't know if you've ever seen this or not, but look real close. There are flies on Mars.
Yeah. Lord of the Flies.
There are flies on Mars, people.
Before you got in really close,
And if
I
you
thought it
don't
was
believe
bird
that,
poop.
then you're a conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat wearing.
Before you get in really close, it looks like bird poop, like, from on a windshield. Sorry. I just thought that was funny. But yeah, there is a lot of deception. People have a false deception and belief that we're all safe and all our information's private, and that's just not true.
I think the biggest deception is that the Bible's fake. I mean, literally, Matthew 24:4, what's a sign at the end of the age and the end of the world? Take heed, let no man deceive you. There's sure a fucking lot of deception going on.
Oh my
Right.
God.
Well, see, I see the Bible as a plan. They usurped other ancient kingdoms, history and genealogy and all that garbage, and then created a plan using that information.
Okay, so but the only pushback I have against that though is if the Bible is made up or it's some kind of controlled opposition, why is it against every single agenda there is today?
Well, it's not that it's made up. It's just that it's past history.
I'm just saying, people are trying to say like how it's combining these stories and Jesus is Mithra and it's done to control you. It's done to control you, I guess, in a good way then. It's against every agenda there is today, whether it's I don't need to name them all off. People get it. It's against everything. Jesus is the great physician, and if Israel was God's chosen people, they would not have given out 5 vaccines already.
But Israel, I feel like Israel isn't God's chosen people. Israel
exactly. That's my point. They would know that Jesus is the great physician, and they wouldn't take 5 vaccines.
Look, listen, I'll tell you this. It's like my parents raised me, brother. I will never bash an atheist. I will never bash a religious person. I will always say this. Man corrupted the church, not God. God sent his minions out to teach us, and whether we learned or corrupted that is us to be accountable for, not the devil or God or his word. It's us that distorted that shit and created wars over it and have formed borders and all these things based on, the United States was founded one nation under God.
So we should have open borders, are you saying?
No, not at all. What I'm simply saying,
foreign borders. I just wasn't sure where you're going.
This is what I think. Apolitically, if we want to get really, really spiritual, apolitically, if over 90.8% of the world and then the other 8% that's wealthy would just realize that less than 1% of the world is dictating all the bullshit going on and the failures we consistently continue to face as a civilization, we would probably grow up and help each other grow crops, be nice to each other, teach each other things that are necessary.
We wouldn't, because men are inherently evil and they are lovers of themselves.
And who told you that load of bullshit? I'm just curious. Please,
the Bible. The Bible did. The Bible says that men are inherently evil and they're lovers of themselves. That's what the Bible says. That I didn't make that up.
Read it. So I'm asking you, why do you believe that bullshit?
Why do I believe the Bible?
Why do you believe that men are inherently evil?
Yes.
Are babies born with swords and knives and gun and ready to kill their mamas when they come out the womb? No, the adults teach them that.
But I think as people get older and then they start to have knowledge, they start to have these worldly lusts for any different number of things.
Yeah, but brother, like in the Bible, it says Adam and Eve were forbidden to eat from the fruit of knowledge. And when they did, God came back to them. And what did they do? They covered themselves up with leaves. And he said, how do you know you're naked? So the idea is when you're grown, you're corrupted. Absolute corruption corrupts absolutely, said by Lord.
That's not how the saying goes, but I get what you're saying.
Absolute corruption corrupts absolutely.
No, it's absolute power power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely is the saying. You're not a lawyer, but
hold on, that's a little bit of a misnomer. Really, it actually is this: power attracts the corrupt and corruptible.
Right.
Okay, that's what you really have to understand. Initially, power attracts the corrupt.
Right. Yeah, the sociopaths. But I guess even though I was paraphrasing Smith, you got the exact quotation. Good for you on that. I'll give you the gold star. What I was simply trying to say is that any kind of authority will corrupt you, regardless of how good you are.
Okay, and so my point.
That is the argument. Are we God? Are we capable of free will and control?
We're capable of free will. We're not God, though.
Yeah, man can't handle power. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd rather
it over and over again.
When I was a kid, I'm a military baby, so I practice law in the civilian world. But I have cousins that are Green Berets in the Army, Marines.
Yeah, good story. You're just like Grifter Stoner.
I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this. Hold on, though. Let me just finish 10 seconds, then I'll mute my mic because I let you talk. I'll tell you this much. When I was a kid, I loved that lifestyle, not because it was great to be a soldier, but because I could just shut off this head of mine and listen to a drill sergeant. Okay, so in summer military academy school, when I'm fucking towing the line at 3 a.m. and doing 5 miles every day and eating whatever the hell I'm being fed, it felt good because inherently I'd rather obey than run my own universe. So it's ultimately ironic when we want to be like, oh yeah, men are just capable of evil and nothing else because evil controls our environment. That's not true, my brother. It just can't be.
Okay, so now to go back to why kids aren't that way. So in John 9:41, if you were blind, you should have no sin. But now ye say, we see, therefore your sin remaineth. So yes, kids are.
I'm sorry, I'm not sinful. I done
Okay,
been to
that's
heaven.
great. That's cool.
And
Good.
it's
Let's hear
nothing
yours.
like what that Bible or anybody else told you. It's a bunch of bullshit what they teach you here on earth. You need to get over the deception.
Oh,
It's
that's- I
very,
thought
very
Dave
difficult
believes in the
because I
Bible.
was, listen, I grew up in church schools, the church choir. I mean, every time them doors swung open, we were there. And
But
all
now
the
what
extra
happened?
stuff.
But
But
now
I'll
what
tell you
happened?
what.
You're a bitter
I'll
old
tell you
lady.
what, after I died back in 94 and
Dude, you don't gotta
came
be
back
afraid. Stop insulting her, bro.
and came back.
Well, it's a
I
giant grift.
realized
You're not a
that
lawyer, and she's fucking leading people
Hold
away
on,
from
hold on,
God.
hold on, hold
I'm
on.
not leading anybody nowhere.
You've got to stop being.
Okay,
so
hold on. The
confrontational.
definition. Wait, one
First off,
second,
wait,
Dave. The
wait,
definition of a
I'm-
grift is
I don't
making money.
cupcake
How
to
the fuck
anyone.
am I
I
gonna
don't-
make money
Look
off of
me.
your
Look
drunk
me.
ass?
I don't cupcake to anyone. I'm not
You can't.
confronting
You
with
couldn't
no one.
afford my
I did my
retainer.
thing.
You bum.
Listen.
Hold on, Dave. You couldn't afford my retainer. You don't even make $5,000 a month, so don't tell me I don't do
Listen
what I
to
do.
me.
Easily, I
No,
make that.
all of you.
Excuse me,
Wow.
Dave is trying to talk on his
Easily.
channel.
Easily.
Thank you, boys.
All
I
right.
don't give a shit. He can talk.
First off, Smith, you don't have to always be so confrontational. And
You don't have to
secondly-
have such grifters on here. Grifter Stoner Bear the other night was almost too much
Who
to
the
handle.
fuck is
And this
trying to
dome
grift?
guy is
We
the same.
talk about God
Rasta
and
Bear.
actually
Yeah,
real-
bro.
Wait,
Professional
did I
grifters.
somehow- Did I
Professional
somehow,
grifters
did I
on
somehow
YouTube.
stumble
I
into
I
your?
come here to relax and detach.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
like
did I
any
somehow
lawyer would
stumble
do.
into your channel or
Huh?
something?
What?
If you're not down with who's on here and you don't want to watch, you don't have to be on here. You don't have to also come on here and tell me who to have and who not to have on
I
here.
didn't say who to have.
All right, well, you did. You just did.
I said I'm going to be me, and I'm not changing or cupcaking to anybody. I didn't say who
Right,
who to
right.
have.
Then
and
you
who
would
not
have
to.
Then you would have respected me while I was
This guy off
speaking
the
if you
fucking
were a
board.
man with.
Shut up,
Dave,
bro.
you're triggered. Let's run back the clip. I'll post it on my channel if you hit it.
You're
the triggered monkey.
You're triggered. You were
This
triggered
place
in
is
chat.
one
Now
big
you're
grift,
triggered
it
on
seems
channel
like.
because we're
Oh
calling
my
you out for being
gosh.
a negative weirdo. You're acting
Can
like
you
a negative
can you put
idiot.
tape on his mouth, please?
I just
Oh,
did.
Jesus.
Now,
Thank
Smith,
you.
I
I'll
had
shut
to
the
do
fuck
that.
up now.
I'm about to do it to some other people here in just a minute if I don't get a fucking sentence
Well,
out.
I'll get out of here, Dave, because I won't let somebody tell me I don't do what I do for a living. I don't give a fuck if it's on the
Well,
internet or to my
listen,
face. God bless you all. You have a great night.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't leave.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Smith. You know, I'm not about having people come up here and start running fucking people off. Now, I think you might be from that Paul crowd over there of disruptors.
Yeah.
I don't do that here. You don't have to be insulting, and you don't have to keep interrupting people when they are in the middle of a sentence, even if they say something that conflicts with your chained belief. Okay? Now, that being said, here you go.
I'd like to finish what I was trying to say because I don't want other people to be mistaken that I do not believe that we have a master of this universe that created us and that shared all the love that he had unconditionally with us. And I do, but I just do not fall in line with all the religious hocus pocus that we're taught. And when we say we love one another, that is an extension of him, his divine, most unconditional gift to all of us. So there. But as far as the Bible, I don't say that it's wrong. I just say that it's past history, that the scripts have been taken, they've been usurped and plagiarized. And that's where I stand on that topic. Thank you, Sovereign.
There are some crazy stuff that, you know, it lead you to kind of go, I'm not sure if this is what I really am subscribing to, you know. And there's where you start getting with your cafeteria stuff. I do believe that, yeah, it's highly edited. It's been designed to make it so that people feel that way about it, of course.
I love the one that you pointed out last time that they took out, the Mandela effect, 17 chapter, Matthew verse 21.
Yeah.
Of all verses they would take out, it has to deal with how you deal with demons. There's no fucking UFOs. It's demons. Yeah, I like that. You seem like a godly man, Dave. I'm not confrontational with you.
But
I can't handle the grips on YouTube.
Though. See, I'm not religious, though. I go with what's right. And the thing is, this is I think that God and religion have so little to do with one another. It's not even funny. You know, I really do. I see that so often that religion contradicts God. It contradicts the good. Are we having internet issues again here?
Nah, you're good on my side.
No, and I think God is good, but I don't think he's all just love and it's about just love. He's coming back with a sword of vengeance. He's coming back with a sword of vengeance to burn this motherfucker down.
Maybe.
People have been lovers of themselves for too long, saying, I have the Christos oil in my spine. I'm the enlightened being. For many shall come in my name, saying, I have the Christos oil in my spine. It's a fucking grift. I'm here to call it out. That's why no panel wants me. I'm unfiltered truth. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Well, I'll tell you one thing is that would boost that, though, is like what I was talking about is let a person finish a point before you jump in and start contradicting them. Maybe not be as confrontational in your approach would probably be a good way to not be, because there's a lot of people I know myself, as soon as somebody becomes confrontational, I'm done. You know, I can tell the difference, like, you know, when it comes to flat earth, who's wanting to come on and be a controversial asshole and who genuinely has questions or wants to discuss it. You see, and I can tell the difference just in the demeanor of how they ask their questions. You know, the first type I have no time for. The second type I have all the time in the world for.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a lot of people don't stream themselves. I guess is another perspective, since I do stream. Like, there's a certain, just because you're behind a screen doesn't mean all manners and all that ethical stuff goes away. Like, this is his show.
Right.
There's going to be debates. There's going to be things like that. But taking over, going on for 5 minutes, talking and not able to get everyone interactive, it's not ideal, and it's not really respectful, in my opinion, to come in and you know, take over or come in and be hot-headed, things like that. Not like any situation right now, just as an overall of what I've seen. I've been watching you for a while, and I see a lot of people just kind of don't have house training when they get on a camera. And it's sad. It's like we're all adults here. I mean, I'm 23. So like, I mean, if I act more mature than you and you're 40, 50, like, come on, like, let's get yourself together.
Are you talking to me?
And that's it.
Are you
No,
talking to
like
me?
I said, it's no one in this situation. If I was talking to you, I would address you.
Did you see the last one of his then? I take it you saw the last time I was on his show.
No.
No, you missed that one. That was a good talk we had, Dave.
I'll say, actually, this is the first time I've heard of you.
Yeah, me and Dave had a good talk. It was 3-4 days ago.
I don't mind adding this guy. For perspective of people who's been watching, people like McToon.
Well,
let's
like,
get that out of here.
You've probably never had the lovely experience of Illuminati.
No.
Oh my God, that guy's just an asshole everywhere he goes. It's funny as shit. He gets thrown off panel after panel after panel after panel after panel. And the problem is he's got some good stuff, but you know, you got to leave that meth alone. You know, he actually threatened me and Brian Stavely that he was going to kill us. He was going to find us and kill us if we didn't admit the earth was a globe.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. We were talking about it between you and me. Yeah, that's crazy.
That guy's a fruitcake.
Yeah. Ooh, nah.
I don't even know what to think about that guy, man. So I don't know. I saw him. He tried to come on a panel with on Flow State the other night. He was on there for a minute and immediately wanted to just start shit with me. And I'm like, why are you? What are you doing? You know, why are you coming after me? What did I do? You know, because I don't put up with your nonsense. I mean,
and it's a lot of them. I'll see them come up here, and it's like you invite people, you give people the option to come up and have an actual discussion, and so many people just run with that and try to use it as a troll or try to make themselves look better as promotion for there just to make you look little. It's sad that people have to stoop to that.
Well, if you've got to sink to that level to make yourself look good, you know, then you're not really doing a whole lot, are you?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's just the way I look at it. But, you know, other people see it a different way too. It's like I say, you know, if you have to make it, if you have to twist my words to make me seem like I agree with you, well, that's a shallow victory, really. It's not really a victory. You just fooled yourself into thinking that you had a victory, and that's even more stupid. You know, that'd be like me sitting here and casting a spell on you and thinking it had actually worked or something, you know. He's at home right now. Spiders crawling all over his house. Ha 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 ha. And it's not really happening. You know?
Tips and a voodoo doll. Just
yeah. I'm crushing your head. I'm crushing your head.
Oh, dude.
So I don't know these people. They get into this whole thing. Oh yeah, it's about the globe-shaped maps. There are no globe maps. The globe is not a map. Oh, here's that thing I was talking about. Now check this out.
Now I'm seeing some connection issues.
The future of farming could be underwater. Check this out. Right?
I just saw today they said Saturn's rings are going to disappear by 2025.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you believe in it?
Look at this shit. What do we got going on here?
A dome.
Yeah, huh? Underwater.
Yeah. Weird.
Which is basically what we are.
Now go eat a Krusty Burger.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? You do, motherfucker. Yeah, man, look at that. That's amazing. That's amazing.
That's some Jack Sparrow shit.
Back down and nourish the plants. All the condensation happens. You got everything. Ooh, it has its own rain. What? So I think that's a interesting right in your face. I mean, it's like, look, that's what we are, man.
I hate to interrupt, and I hate to, but I have to skedaddle. I'm gonna go spend time with the lady before it's about that time. So I appreciate you having me on. It was a good conversation. I hope to see you again on the next one, sir.
Absolutely. We'll see you the next time. Thanks, Sebastian.
Awesome. Yes, sir. It was nice meeting you, Smith. Dreamy, you have a good night. And everybody else have a great night.
So I found this kid.
You too. Good night.
That apparently, this was just the other day, November 1st. It says this man was forced to stay underneath water in a trash can after he was caught breaking into the house of the man recording this video. So I don't know where this was at, but I don't know, man. Think about this. What do you?
La senya ka mo molo mo jere mu wonsa tlogo ya go black say mare wen tsara ya go mu are
He's afraid back.
Yeah, are
back under that fucking oh my god, man. What the hell? But you know, I think that's it's fucked up in a way, but really, you know, if you're trying to steal from somebody, breaking into their house and shit, I think it should be up to that homeowner as to what happens to you, man. You know, you're in his domain. I guess you're under his rules. That's the way I would see it myself. I don't know. What do you think? Oh, I'm going to get one of these I saw these. You can get these for about $10 off Amazon. Check this out. This is cool as hell. Watch this. Get this context here. You can use any node or whatever. Then you put this other dome thing onto it. Look, it makes it look like it's a hologram sticking up out of the top. Is that fucking crazy? But look, your finger goes right through it. It's down inside. You can get one of these for about $10. And I'm one of those people that likes little display things and stuff like that. I have them like all over my house. I'm going to have to put up some shelves because I'm running out of flat spaces to put all my cool shit. And I need that. There's call 40. I wonder if you were still here. Image of an older man with a white beard isn't described in the Bible that I know. I don't know, man. Every time I've seen pictures of God, it's always got the white beard. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's done to divide people and take them away from the Bible. He's got this pale white skin and this perfect hair, and that's not what he would have looked like growing up in the Middle East. He would have had,
Well, God. We're talking about God, though. Everybody knows that God's white.
Okay. Yeah.
Not Jesus. God was hanging out in the ethnic part of town. See,
Jesus was God in the flesh, but
right. I think that is so misinterpreted. It's not.
So I think that's important to maybe say that instead of combing over it and making a joke of it. I don't know. Either way.
No, I mean it is really totally misinterpreted. It really is. We're all sons and daughters of God. Okay, and if you believe as I do, you will have eternal life. Nowhere ever did it ever say to worship Jesus. Never once did Jesus say, "You will come forth and worship me."
No. But it does say that no man gets the Father except through the Son.
That's absolutely right. And once you realize that you are a son of God,
you have to believe in Jesus to get to heaven. You don't have to worship.
Or do you have to believe as Jesus? As Jesus.
Right. Sovereign.
As Jesus? What does that mean?
As he had the path. And he exemplified the path. And if you are Christ-like, or if you emulate his path, you are on the path to heaven as well.
And he told everyone when he was on the cross, when he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? He wasn't talking about his Father. He was talking about the gods on this earth. He went before a God, somebody that had power, authority, and he turned them over to be crucified.
Yeah, the gods on this earth, the small g, maybe.
No.
Well, are you talking creator G, or which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Jehovah? Are you talking about who?
So I'm saying Jehovah's like Lord of this world, Satan type thing, and I think there's I don't do the creator thing. There's God, and
how many gods were there?
Excuse me, I was talking. I thought you were just saying that we were supposed to let people talk. Yeah, so that's when I feel some type of way.
Else get a word in.
I'm not getting fucking railroaded. Like fuck, I'll just leave your panel, bro.
No, he was in the middle of a point, but you're right. Here's where I'm at with this. Okay, God is a title. It's not a name. It's not a specific individual. Okay, it's a title. So the use of the word God is very ambiguous.
Yes.
Okay, now the fairly unpronounceable word of God, or the name of God, which is basically, when pronounced, it's the breath of life, Yahweh. Okay, that's the creator. But then we start getting into these other characters, and we just ambiguously call them God. And whether you use a capital G or a small g, it's still just a title. We're being very ambiguous. And so throughout the Bible, I think there's the intermittent change between different deities. But in the overall creator, we have the duality, which is exemplified in both the positive and the negative, the light and the dark. It even states in the Bible that there could not be evil without God. God created evil. There is the duality, even the male and female aspect of the image of God being split into the man and the woman, the negative and the positive, the dark and the light, the yin and the yang. It's all about the duality, and where you resonate within that duality. How do you carry that balance here in this earthly plane as opposed to outside of this? And whatever you resonate, on which polarity you resonate with, is going to indicate where your energy is going to go when it leaves this physical plane, or when you're no longer active in the physical plane.
So wouldn't the
Right,
wouldn't
like
the
when you
creator,
when you
in
pass away,
quotation,
you are an eternal being because you have all these different people that have had their experience when they've left this physical world. They didn't stop existing; they still continue to exist to come back and tell the rest of everyone their experience. So we are eternal beings,
oh,
even
okay,
in this realm.
just keep reliving, just rebirth.
Well,
No,
you've never.
I didn't say that. That is not at all what I said. I
No.
didn't come back as a baby. I came back a few hours later, and I'm still me.
Do you
But I
see
was
that? Do you see what
also
it says underneath my name on the thing? Infinite awareness, having a human experience. I am the expression of one of infinite possibilities. Okay, and so are you, and so are you. I could have been born anyone, and I was. Everyone was.
You were born.
Right.
You.
So
And
where do we go?
Like
Where
the
do
saying
we,
YOLO, you only live once. You got one chance to do it the correct way.
is that? How do you know that?
Well, that's my beliefs, and so
Right,
that's
right.
what I was
Well,
trying
then
to.
it's a
I got kind of
belief.
railroaded there. Is the
Right.
creator in quotations by definition would
Right.
be God. People want to refuse to love God. There is a lot of deception, like you were saying.
Mhm.
I'm here to help unveil that.
Right.
I'm here to tear the veil. Madonna first performed on MTV wearing a veil.
Yeah.
Her birthday, 81658. That's the zip code of veil. Weird. She's the material
Yeah.
girl. We all know reality's fabricated. Satan's the seamstress. He's the grim reaper. You reap what you sow. It's so Toro.
Yep.
I got a whole thing on it. I just made it real quick there for you.
Yeah, it's they play with these numbers. There's a lot of this crap that's
Well, that
going
wasn't
on
numbers.
within this.
That wasn't numbers. So
No,
don't-
I know they play
put
with
on the
numbers.
there. And I heard you kind of give me a sneak diss, like we weren't having a good talk, or try to twist my words like I was agreeing. I don't care if you're agreeing with me or
why
not.
do you need
You had
to
a
be
good talk. I gained 30
confrontational?
subscribers.
What?
I'm not being
What?
confrontational. I'm just saying I don't play the fucking whatever.
Oh, well, I'm the only one here that voice matters, and all the shit you're saying is not of any
You have the
importance.
same
Only me,
generic
only me,
opinion as
only
every
me.
grifter
That's
on
what I'm
YouTube.
hearing.
Amy. You have
That's
the
what
same
I'm
generic
hearing.
opinion as all the grifters.
I
same
don't have
one.
a generic opinion.
The same generic
You're the
opinion
one
as
that
all
has
the
the
grifters.
generic opinion.
There's
You
no
believe
one
in
out
that
here fighting for
Bible
God.
where they
There's
got
no one out here fighting
they
for
took
God.
all the Greek gods are mentioned in the Bible. Go check it out. Learn for yourself.
Yeah, the Lord of this world. And when people refuse God, and I can bring up the Bible verse, then the lesser gods will be brought back in to torment them.
How
And
do you
that's where we
refuse
are.
God? What if I accept God, but I refuse your Bible? What then?
I guess if you believe in Jesus.
Well, what do you mean believe in Jesus? What's that mean?
That you're not denying Jesus Christ as a figure and that his word and everything else. Yeah.
Well, wait a second. Based on what? What is my basis of criteria to take that as absolute 100% truth? Because somebody hold on, wait a second. I'm not finished. Is it because someone in 1611 translated it into a new language called English? Is that why?
Well,
or
what's
is it
the point of
because I
bringing up
find
Bible
it in,
Mandela effects if you don't even believe in it anyways? It's kind of a
wait a second. The very fact, I don't give a fuck if it was Moby Dick or if it was goddamn Tom Sawyer. If a book changes the print in my possession, just sitting on the shelf, that's a fucking miracle in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Second
All
Thessalonians.
right. So there, I just answered your question.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really even listening. I was just trying to get you done so I could reply to Sean in the chat here as
See,
he's
he
talking
doesn't
shit.
care
He was
about
just being
anybody
cool
but
earlier.
himself.
So you have Matthew Perry just died. His girlfriend, Courtney Cox, on the day he died, she was 21684 days old. The 216th day is 8-4. That's Obama's birthday, you fucking idiot.
Wow.
So don't try to act like I tie this shit together that's not there. You're an idiot and you refuse to love the truth. Excuse
Goodbye,
me.
Smith.
You
You're
refuse
just
to love the
free
truth.
retarded.
Oh, tell Cal, let's get
I'm
up here.
calling you. I'm calling
Put
you
him
out
up
on
here.
that.
This guy can't
I'm
handle
calling
it.
you out on that. I'm totally calling you out on that. Okay.
what?
Where do you get the authority to say you're a fucking idiot because you don't believe the shit that I added?
Because this
up?
guy follows me around and talks shit to me everywhere. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Sean.
No,
guy
I
in your chat.
understand that, but what your claim is?
I'm not saying you're an idiot, dude.
Wait a second. Your claim, though, you're making a claim you can't substantiate.
Well, I can with the Bible.
You're making a claim that that is truth, that this is all truth.
The Bible is, yeah.
Well, wait a second. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
What part of it?
Well, what's the point of covering Mandela effects on it if you're saying it's not true? What's
What
the
do you
point?
mean? Hold on. I just answered the question, but you weren't listening because you were triggered about what somebody said in the chat.
I wasn't triggered.
You
I was
focus your
responding to the guy's a
attention.
hater.
Can you focus your attention on what I say?
Haven't mentioned one number. Somebody's trying to say fucking Zach. No, I'm not related to that. That guy's a fucking idiot.
So you can't take your fucking trigger off of the goddamn chat long enough to listen to what I have to say regarding what you just said, do you? Are you ready to listen to it this time?
Yeah, I'm good. Good.
All right. So, whether it be Moby Dick, Gone with the Wind, or a copy of fucking People magazine, the fact that paper and ink publication is changing on my shelf while in my possession without the influence of another person touching it and physically changing it is a remarkable thing. Now, it is happening in the Bible. It is happening in movies. It's happening with brand names. It's happening with surnames. It's happening with company logos. It's happening, and there seems to be a pattern involved in that. Now, do I claim to know what's causing it? Absolutely not. Do I have hypothesis and theory on that? Yes, I do. Do I claim that because this is happening, that this means the Bible is true? No. Now, there are various discrepancies within this Bible that is supposed to be true that contradict itself. And that would be the discrepancies between one gospel to another. Now we have canonized gospels by Mark, Luke, Matthew, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But Luke doesn't seem to jive a lot with most of these other stories. We have an indication that when Christ was born, when Jesus was born, that his birth was proclaimed at the temple, at which case that would mean that Herod would immediately know of his birth and the location. But he didn't find out for 3 years after, according to the other gospels. And then we had a thing called the murder of the innocents. Now, we have a problem there because one of the most prolific historians of the time who wrote of Herod's atrocities and his accolades as well makes no mention of a slaughter of the innocents. There's a lot of things that I need to look into. Now, do I believe that what's in the 10 Commandments is valid? Absolutely. That's natural law. Do I believe in the teachings of a man that they say existed called Jesus? I do. I absolutely do. Those were common sense, good things. And if you are able to read and understand parables, you can really model your life down a path of what I would say righteousness. Is there anywhere in there it says that I'm supposed to worship this guy or anything? Or what is the Christ actually, if people actually understood what that meant, the God man? A lot of people don't understand what that means.
Do I get a chance to rebut that?
Yeah, when I'm done.
I mean, just here's a quick one. When Augustus issued the decree, Judea was not part of the Roman province. It was a client kingdom ruled by Herod the Great. It therefore would not have been a part of any Roman census, but we could ignore that.
Right.
I guess you'd never heard that. I guess you'd never heard that rebuttal, huh?
I have. Hey, and here's the reality of it.
First.
Here's the reality of it, Smithy. Neither you nor I or anybody the fuck around here was even there In fact, our history is such a cut up bunch of lies that whole thing may be too.
Yeah, it's his story. You know,
Also,
he is.
there
It's
is absolutely
it's
not
the heart
one
of his
time in
world.
the Bible where Jesus called his father God, ever. Not one. He always called him his father. He never once called him God. Riddle me that one, Smithy.
He's calling him his father. Yep, exactly. I'm not. That's not
God.
even.
That isn't God. Two
Well,
different, 3-4 million different people, but not God. He never once called him God, never referred to him as God. And he also stated not to worship him when the people, that one lady tried to bow before him or reach his garment
Dreamy.
and all that.
Dreamy, I'm not honest, but you're interesting. So let's just keep it between me and Dave. You can kick rocks.
Wow. No, I don't think
At least
she
I'm
can.
honest.
And you can
it's up
kiss
to
my
you.
grits because I really don't care because you've already proven the idiot that you are. Thank you very much.
I'm just wondering why would you come on to my show and tell somebody else to kick rocks?
I don't know, because I can.
Well, no, not really. I mean, why would you want to
can
do
boot
that?
me. I don't give a shit. When I came on your 1,000
why do you want to make
you're
yourself,
talking about
why-
1960s TV? You had 30 people in your chat. When I left, you had 70. I'm interesting. I don't fucking care. I'll leave. Have
well,
fun.
that's up to you. I don't know why why would somebody want to make themselves an unpleasant person to be around?
Well, that's where the
get it.
deception is. He comes in to disrupt, to claim he's God, and we should all bow before him. And if we don't, we're stupid and ignorant and unimportant. And people like that irritate me.
I'm looking for proof of this shit. You know, people tout
Right.
this. I hear Christians tout this shit, but they don't half of them know what the fuck they're even reading. They don't understand it, you know, and I've
Right.
looked into it greatly. And I understand a lot of the encoding that's there, and I understand what the concept of the Christ, what the God man, what it's all about. And a lot of people got it completely fucking wrong.
Right.
I'm not trying to kick nobody off. I'm trying to have people that can have a discussion, but you come up here and say, oh, you can go and kick rocks and this, that, and the other, and I'm this other person and fuck you. You know, it's like, no, don't do that.
Well, in the very beginning, when you started talking about when, you know, we went from like what we believed to be true, and then we find out later that it's all a bunch of bullshit and that it's just deception, one deception on top of another.
Look.
The changing of our Bibles, the changing of the Bearstein Bears, all these other things around us.
He says, I was giving you proof and she's getting in the way. You don't have to bring your fucking emotions to it, man. And you're bringing your fucking emotions to it. This is why you insult people and call them stupid or tell them to kick rocks. If you want to be mature, that's another fucking story. That's fine. But you don't have to bring your emotions into it, you know? God damn. And to think that, oh, it's because of me you got views and shit. Dude, I was getting fucking views long before you ever came around, bro.
I've been around since the beginning of your other one. I think I was number 5 whenever I joined your very first.
And I'm not worried about that. You know?
I like that we get to learn here.
I mean, what is it with these people and views and this, that, and the other? And I'm like, God damn, man. Anybody that's been here long enough knows I'm not about that. You know?
Right. But going back to the beginning of this, you know, where you said, you know, about the deception and whatnot, I do remember I was so strong in my religious beliefs that even though I had a lot of questions and kept seeking the answers, I was very angry when I started learning the truth about where the scripts that they used for the scriptures came from. When that first, I was quite angry. I was mad because I was lied to, and some of the questions I had were answered in my searching for, you know, what truths I could find. And so I went through the anger, the sadness, and then the heartbreak to know that why Jesus was basically sacrificed on the cross. Why I see people around me, they are also sacrificed and put through hell. Here on this,
listen, this is why I just let people have whatever you want to think go. If that's what you think, why is it important to you that I have to believe that shit? Now here's M Ball, and I'm going to ask you just like I ask every one of these other assholes. M Ball, when exactly did you sell out to your species? It says open a psychology book and read about the studies of false memories, and or don't and stay ignorant. I know all about false memories. I know all about them. Okay, here's what you need to do. Take your fucking face out of a psychology book, open up your goddamn eyes and look at what the fuck is going on around you in reality. Unless you're a pussy, in which case you need to hide your head in the fucking dirt and not see the shit that goes on around you. Now, nobody can be that goddamn stupid, M-Ball, to not see this shit. And and that's why I ask you, what did it take for you to sell out to your species? You sold out your species for lies so that you can go on and keep trying to propagate fucking satanic lies. Nobody's buying them. You've been coming here for a year, blowing your dumb shit in the chat. How many people have bit? How many people have believed it? None. My numbers grow. Still nobody agrees with you. Okay? God damn. Sorry about that, y'all.
sometimes you just have to say it like it is. So
it is. Now, as far as that's concerned, yeah, I think there may be some validity, and here's why. Because I see the system very upset when people invoke things to do with the Bible or they mention the name of Jesus Christ. Right? And I find that very, very interesting. Okay? Now, does that mean I'm just going to swallow that whole fucking book that is changing before our eyes as the word of God? Obviously, it's not the word of God, because the word of God can't be changed, and this fucking thing is changing.
Right. And belief is one of the hardest things to change in a person. I had the false belief. Like I said, I grew up in it, and I believed it, hook, line, and sinker. I accepted it. I thought, I remember that there was a time I'd done something. I thought I was the most horrible person. I could never, undo the bad I did. So I was just going to go to hell. But when I died, I come back with a whole new perspective. I wasn't bad. I was loved unconditionally. I felt it. I knew it. I now know who I am. It's not what we're told and what we're taught, but when you're here and you're taught and it's ingrained in you. I wasn't in the outside world. I was in that church. In their schools, we couldn't listen to, when I was a child, we got to watch Little House on the Prairie, Lawrence Welk, and the Waltons in our house. That was it. Nothing else. So I had a very, very, very small sheltered life. So when I saw the world for the first time and branched out from home, it was a place I didn't recognize. So I saw stuff other people didn't. But also when I was in that box, I did have questions. I started questioning because I was seeing things. I remember, especially when I was 14, is when I started questioning, because it was contradictory from what I was being taught, and I started seeing these things. So I asked questions. Nobody wanted to answer my questions. But I'll tell you, in my late 20s is when I started realizing that, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this picture. But I didn't leave my faith in the church and everything else, even though I was kicked out, even though I was not allowed in. I did not lose what I had learned. But it was when I was late 20s, after my stroke and I died, that's when I learned that what was being taught was a lie. It was a deception, that it wasn't the truth. And then in my 40s is when I started researching, where did they get the scripts to put in the Bible? That's whenever I realized it. And then and I always refer back to the Bible, especially where Jesus is speaking.
Hang on, we got Moon Bounce that's here with us. What's up, Moon Bounce? And Smith is coming back. I'm assuming that Smith W can behave and be nice. So here he comes.
Encore, Smithy. Hey, I got something to say that I was thinking about is, you know, it's just in that thing of understanding where maybe Smith's coming from and some of the things that he's talking about. And what Dreamy was just saying was like,
it's basically NASA.
Go ahead. I had something going. Go ahead.
Oh, but what she was saying is in her truth, the things that she was speaking, those are her truth. That doesn't make it the truth. Her truth is going to be separate from the truth, because if she says, I realized I was loved unconditionally, if that was the truth, there would not be 10 commandments. They wouldn't be written. It wouldn't be there, like you were talking about. Those 10 commandments are that common natural law.
Yep.
You can't be loved unconditionally and those actually be put in place. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't correlate in a natural thing. If we're loved unconditionally, there would be no 10 commandments, but they are. And when she said that she never left her faith, so did she really never leave it, or did she leave it and substitute it for? It's like what she's talking about is like, and then I started studying, and I agree that that's her truth, and that's stability that we all find in the knowledge that we have. Where Smithy is finding, I don't want to say solace, but he's found his grounding in what's his truth. And he can say that his truth is the truth, but that's never going to be it. It may be part of the truth and his truth. When you said, hey, I could have been born anybody. But see, the thing is you were born somebody. You could have been born anybody, but you were born somebody. You're going to have your truth and all of that, where people are trying to bring themselves together to come into, that same thing of making a community and whatnot. Is like, can we exist? Can we coexist? Can we understand that the number 23 is this and that? Because whether or not Smith says that it's a truth, I'm never going to deny that that's not a truth. But as in the system of things and the representation of such things is his truth and the truth that he's following, and people can get lost up in that too. It's not that when he's bringing forth something and then somebody else speaks their truth and then he's like, well, you can kick rocks, or I'm trying to share truth with you, and she's blocking it. Is, well, she's just sharing her truth.
Okay, respectfully, there is no my truth, your truth, her truth, their truth. There's the truth. There's no people's truth. So I didn't say I'm trying to share. I didn't say I was trying to share the truth with him. I was trying to have a back and forth with him, and she kept getting in the way. But I get what you're saying.
I'd like to respond to Moon Bounce. Moon Bounce, when I said I kept my faith, what I was referring to is my faith in the church, what they were teaching, all those kind of things. I kept that until I died and came back, and realized that what I had been doing, instead of keeping the faith, I was actually living in blind faith, where people were directing me, lying to me, deceiving me. And I was accepting it all along the way with questions, but still keeping going, right? Now I don't live under blind faith, because I know the difference between true faith and blind faith. There's a big difference.
But it's faith. Whether it's blind or whether it's true, it still has that faith aspect. Things hoped for, or things not seen but hoped for. I mean, just in that application of faith, blind faith, it's still faith.
If
Even if it's blind faith in a way that it's things hoped for that's not seen. Where Smith is bringing things that he's seeing. Hey, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this correlation. I'm seeing these other things, and he's trying to follow absolute in a way. The way
Okay,
he's
so
speaking is
so,
so absolute.
do you believe that a thought that enters your mind makes you a sinful, unforgivable person? Because that's what they teach in the churches.
You talking to me?
Well, a thought, if it's meditated on long enough, I mean, all thoughts have an opportunity to come into a physical existence. I mean, in some way, all thoughts. That's why some people say, "Be careful the way you speak. Be careful saying, man, this is killing me. This is doing this. This is." It's all that. It's just thoughts, but all thoughts have the possibility to come into existence because they started to. If that thought didn't come into some kind of existence, it would have never been there in the first place. Whether it's sinful is an action upon the thoughts. That's what I think. It's an action upon the thoughts. What action are you
Right.
going to take upon this thought that's
But
brought
I do
into
not think so. I do not think that thought in and of itself is sinful, but that's what the churches teach. They teach that you're born into sin and all this other garbage, and that's
Yep.
the deception. That's the lies. Because you can do something wrong in your life and change that and decide, make a conscious choice to change how you think or what you do or whatever. And if there was no such thing as the word forgiveness, then, everybody'd be lost, right?
well, that is true.
According to the churches, I'm stating.
Right, because
I
people
don't
made
buy
that statement.
into it anymore. Go
I
ahead.
don't know how many people recognize the statement that has come into more of an existence is it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? Because people take that forgiveness thing to that whole different level of going, yeah, and to go that see it's forgiveness, so they test that boundary of going, bringing those thoughts into existence that could cause I guess, a sinful nature. Actually, my thing about the sin is I think it's in understanding how people perceive it, but I think that those are bad decision choices. It's really, people will call it sin, but to me, it's bad decision choices on those thoughts. And what you're doing is it leads you into a negative, consequence just for the fact of that it's like a map. If you're going to California, you may think that you're going to New York, but the map clearly reads you're going to California. And if you don't make a recognition, because some people call it repenting, I consider it to be a reconsideration, that you're actually reconsidering, you're actually reevaluating. And so in that aspect of that forgiveness part is a roadmap from the recognition and reconsidering and reevaluating.
Hey, Dave, did you see the last time I was on here?
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, Moon Bounce. Did you see the last time I was on here?
I'm not sure when the last time you were on there
About
is.
4 days ago. You'd remember. It was about 20 minutes long. Just me and
I'm
Dave
not
talking.
Yeah,
I mean, I did make the claim that the Bible is true, and I'm not even gonna say it's my truth or your truth. You can blaspheme it. That's fine by me. But for the most part, everything else I've ever shared on his channel, yeah, roll your eyes, is not debatable. I don't think the numbers are debatable. And I don't know if I shared this one with you last time. We just had the 322nd anniversary of Skull and Bones. What else is on their logo? A skull and a what? And an X. And what year is it next year? Yeah. Who are you praying to? Shaitan?
Oh, wait a second,
The Lord of
Smith.
this world, or whatever he
Here's
is?
why I
Hold
kind
it.
of rolled. Here's why I kind of rolled my eyes at that, right? Because we know that the Bible is changing, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. Can the Word of God be changed? No. So what's that mean?
That Satan's the Lord of this world.
No, it means that the Bible is not the Word of God.
No, I think it means that Satan's the Lord of this world and he's blinded people.
Well, wait a second. If the Word of God cannot be changed and the Bible is changing, then that
So
means
what if the Bible's
hold on,
changing
wait a
it and
second.
they changed it to say that it can't be changed?
Well, wait a second.
I don't
Wait a
know.
second. The Word of
I don't
God.
fucking know.
Well, there again, there's a lot of I know. No.
I'm not going to play the anti-God. We'll just go down a different road. I'm not doing the anti-God
Well,
thing.
why bring up
I
the
get it. You guys all don't like God.
Wait a
I get it.
second. Hold
It's
the
just
fucking
really
phone.
weird that a
Hold the
few of your
phone.
moderators do. I don't know
Hold
what
the
they're doing hanging
phone.
around
Who
scum like
said
you.
anything
Great,
about
flat Earth.
anti-God?
Flat Earth. Now let me lead you away from God.
Who said anything about anti-God? Did
God
I
of
say
the
anything
Bible.
anti? What
There's
did I
one
say?
God
What
that's
did
of
I
the
say?
Bible.
Hold
It
on.
sure as fuck is not Allah. The
Well, wait a second.
allegory is that Allah is gory.
Okay, so Smith,
It's the black cube of
when
Saturn.
did
Satan.
I say that I was anti-God? When did I say that?
Well, you're anti-Jesus. You're
No,
anti-Bible.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're
What did I
definitely
say? What did I
anti-Bible.
say? What did I say about Jesus? What did I say?
We'd have to play it back, man.
You'd have to play it back to remember that I said Jesus had great teachings. He's a great example to be Christ-like.
But then you said, do I have to believe in him, or I just have to be Christ-like? Sounds like
Wait a second. What does that mean to believe in him? What does that mean?
You tell me. You
I
tell
don't
me.
know.
The great
Your
American
phrase.
philosopher Dave. You tell
It's
me.
your phrase. You said to believe in him. What does
The
that
great
mean?
American grifter Dave. Tell me what it means.
Grifter. How am I grifting? I'm not even fucking monetized, you snoop. Fuck.
I'm still going to chop up that clip of you talking about doxing me as you won't play it back. That's what pissed me off.
I don't
is
give
you're
a
fucking
fuck.
addressing me from the chat.
I don't.
Like I'm fucking chicken shit.
Hold on. What is that noise? Website. Is that you?
Sorry, let me mute.
Yeah, website 2020. I think I would think he's on board, man.
All right.
Well, yeah, hey,
Christ,
good
Christ is
evening,
king.
by the way.
All right. All right. Wait a second. Where's this come from?
Who's addressing who here? I just
I'm
kind of wanted
the Christ is king thing, and that he's God, and all this other crap.
And all this other crap, as you're saying, who says I'm anti-Bible or Jesus or God?
Wait a second. Wait a
You're calling
second.
it crap.
Wait a second. I'm not. I'm just questioning.
I'm saying the ideas of men are crap, and that YouTube is infiltrated by agents everywhere, like Grifter, Rasta Bear, and the fake lawyer we had on earlier.
You
and
talk.
fucking
Do you know what a grifter
Greenie,
is?
who died and came back again. It's all fucking fake,
Smith.
leading people away from God.
Smith.
It's bullshit. Now
Smith.
silence me.
Smith,
It's bullshit.
first off, do you know what a grifter is?
Oh, it doesn't always have to be for monetary gain.
Yes, it does, because that's the fucking definition of it. Just because you use it to represent something else doesn't mean you're proper in doing so. Okay? So learn what the fuck you're talking about.
So
you called me a grifter. Hold on. You called me a grifter. I'm not monetized. I don't make any fucking money. If anything, this costs me money. Okay? How?
Yeah, you don't make any money. Gosh, you're sure always traveling and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. No, excuse me, Dave. Excuse me, as we're getting into definition. Grifter, a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. Well, what's swindling? Using deception to deprive somebody of money or possessions. A fraudulent scheme or action. It's not just money, you fucktard.
Okay, or
Don't fucking talk to
possession.
me like that, bitch.
Or possessions, right?
Shit.
So
You got 250 more subscribers. You
Hey,
think you're hot
asshole.
shit 'cause
Hey,
you do
asshole.
flat earth fucking
Hey,
grip
asshole.
and lead
Hey,
people
hey,
away from God.
asshole.
It's bullshit.
Hey,
It's literal
asshole.
bullshit.
Here, let me ask you something, asshole.
What most of the flat earth community is look, we live on a flat earth. Somebody made it, but it sure as shit wasn't God.
I never said that. I never said that, you fucktard.
Well, you're denying the Bible.
No, well, why
it's
not?
your God. It's Hova, Lord of this world.
Wait a second. If we're
Bitter old
noticing
lady
that
fucking dreamy. What's she like, 65 and single?
So if we are noticing that this, I'm just putting you backstage because you can't shut up and behave your fucking self again. Okay. Oh, what a Christian. He's back there flipping me off on camera. What a Christian.
I just want to know. I'm 58.
They're all the same. I'm not
Yes,
done.
I am
Hang on.
single.
I'm not done. I have something to say. All right. Now, if this book, I'm noticing that it is changing, right? How do I know what else hasn't changed that I don't know? All right. And so am I going to pin all my hopes and shit on this book that keeps changing on me? Am I going to accept that as the truth if the truth is continuously changing? If I know the word of God can't be changed and this is changing, then that means this is not the word of God. Is that correct? Yes, of course. Now,
maybe because you're saying that the book is changing, which according to you, that's the reality of it, where it could be a collective consciousness changing. Who's to say that the book is, I mean, in that aspect of like, are we spinning or are the stars spinning?
well, I mean,
Is the
we
book
have
changing?
obvious verbiage.
Right. So is it the conscious mind changing or is it actually the book changing?
I don't know, man. But either way, can I pin all of my shit onto it? No, because it's not concrete, is it? So nobody here has said anything bad about Jesus or anything. I don't have the same views as this other fella does on it. And he seems hell bent that I have to. He doesn't know what a grifter is because I'm not monetized, and I've not gotten anybody's property or anything else like that. Okay. And as I said, if anything, it costs me money to do this because I have to pay for my internet. I pay for StreamYard so that I can have as many guests and more time than what they allow for the free version. So that's a baseless accusation. So this is what you run into with the chained mind. You see, they're going to flip shit and start name calling. I mean, our little Christian friend was backstage flipping me the bird. He's not far removed from Tommy, from Illuminati. I think that it's just a little bit of meth and that guy would be Illuminati. Easy. You know?
Could I jump in?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Hi, Sovereign. It's been a while. Dreamy Moonbounce. So I'll just, just to be clear, I'm actually a believer myself. But, that I think the reason I'm calling is because, we're talking about really talking about two things right now. And I just I had some questions for you guys actually, because, well, I guess there's two issues. There's sort of like this kind of overarching theme that a lot of, let's say, skeptics in the truth community would pose about scripture, the gospel and the Bible, etc. And it's sort of this the skepticism about it being valid, let's say in its original state, like they would, like whether or not it was legitimate or valid in terms of its claims, what Jesus claimed, what it claimed about God and Jesus. So there's sort of that's the question that sort of precedes a lot, let's say the Bible changes, right? Because that question's been around for as long as we can remember, probably for most of us. People have always been skeptical about the validity of what Jesus claimed or what he actually was claiming, what it actually means and so forth. So there's that's sort of like one track of thinking. And then there's this other track this other question that I would raise, since we all kind of, at least maybe three of us here, would say that yes, the Bible is changing. So this other question that I think relates to that initial one is, okay, so why is the Bible changing? If it is changing, why is it changing? Now, you pointed out, Sovereign, that it was a miracle, the fact that it was changing. It was an important subject matter on that basis alone. And I think there's some truth to that, but I would go further and press you on that point a little bit more and say, okay, well, yes, it is a miracle that it's changing. It is an important question and an issue to ascertain, But why is it that the Bible is so changed compared to, say, like other great books? Like you brought up Moby Dick, maybe some others. And I think actually Moby Dick is one that has changed the title. I think it's called The Whale now. And so that's kind of an interesting.
In the first line now says, "Call me Mike."
Right. Right. So the thing is that the question I would raise is, why is it that the Bible though has changed so tremendously?
Right.
It's full of changes. The KJV in particular, of course. What doesn't that, in other words, raise a red flag, or let's say raise more questions about the value or validity of what it originally was? Because you would think that if something was like, I think we can all agree that what we're going through is some sort of deception, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at that, probably a nefarious one. I know there's some that think that the changes in the Bible and the Mandela effect are kind of benign and there's not much to it in terms of any nefarious nature to it. But I don't really believe that, especially when you look at the Bible changes in particular, because they're quite blasphemous and quite evil in a lot of cases. So I don't think the sort of benign nature of the changes is a valid point. But let's say so you have this nefarious attack on the scriptures. Why wouldn't you think that if there was a nefarious entity attacking the scriptures, they would be doing that for a reason? I mean, we're talking about patterns here, right? So why would they single the Bible out and not let's say not like, I don't know, name any great book or series of great books that are full of changes? Why is it that of all the things changed, the Bible seems to have more than any other example of Mandela effect? I mean, for lack of a better expression, it has it's the most Mandela affected single thing that we have. Why is that? And why, I would ask you, Sovereign, and others here, what's the deal with that? If the Bible isn't really valid and it has no, or let's say that the claims that it made about God and Jesus aren't really true necessarily, why would it be so inundated with changes and blasphemies and attacks and so forth? You know, that's my question, I guess, that I'm trying to say here. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it's almost as if they're wanting to steer people away from God, away from the Bible, and by doing that, that would be one of the most fundamental ways to do it is through the Bible. I don't know. It's like, how are you gonna really determine, you know, what the actual plan really is? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I don't know what's in the hearts of whoever or whatever is doing this, other than it seems to be nefarious, or it's at the very least a test.
Well, right. We don't know exactly why, but I'm saying in terms, if we're looking at patterns and clues here, it seems like it's a pretty big clue that one, like, for example, if let's say it was only movies that were changing most dramatically, like as an example, like let's just say it was all about the movies. I know there are actually Mandela effects that are mostly about movies, but let's just say if we looked at the whole spectrum of Mandela effects like we do, that they had like 99% of like most of the changes, like as for one example, we as critical thinkers would say, well, there must be something about movies, that this thing that's changing it or attacking, you know, the example of movies, that there must be something to that for the story, the narrative, the message here. Let's zero in on that and see what that really means. But for some reason, we're not able to do that when take that same question and apply it to the Bible. Because I've noticed this in the broader Mandela effect community, because I bring this question up a lot. They don't tend to make that connection. Like, it's like, oh, it's just the Bible is just like one of many Mandela effects. No, it's not. It's got like hundreds, if not thousands, of Mandela effects in it. It's the single most Mandela affected thing by far. But yet the Mandela effect community can't put two and two together here and say like, okay, well, there must be something to the Bible then, in this whole message. But they're not. They're ignoring that and just kind of looking at all these other things. And I'm kind of wondering why. If we're critical thinkers and we're looking at patterns and clues, don't you think we would do that? Don't you think we would look at the Bible and look at it more seriously and maybe say, hey, maybe there was something to it that we're not considering? Maybe it actually was more legitimate than we gave it credit. You know, that's kind of one way you might start looking at it, right? There's other ways, but I'm just saying we're not doing that as a Mandela effect community. We're ignoring that huge elephant in the room, if you ask me. And I don't know why.
The Bible is the greatest story ever written, right? And, you know, obviously they want to steer people away from God. And man's interpretation of the Bible is what's changed most of all when they put in punctuation, when they started explaining it. They didn't really want the average person to know about it. But we've got a Geneva 1599 Bible right here that actually predates the King James. So if anybody has any of a Mandela effect that they think has changed that they want us to look up, we can look it up right now and confirm the change.
So I've got a 1611 replica of the original.
Because I wanted to ask when 2020 was talking, if he wants to take, since he knows so many, have him pick the biggest one that he thinks within his studies has made a most significant difference of a connection between mankind, and then we'll test it out in that Bible or y'all's Bibles, which one he thinks has made the most profound difference or has the capability of making the most profound difference in all of them that maybe he knows has taken place, since it's the book that's most changed.
Sovereign, is there any hell in your Bible? Does it actually say hell?
I'm not really sure in which one. I have
the KJV,
the oldest one. No, not the King James, but the old, like you said, you have that one that's 16 or whatever, right? But hell was never in the original text, right? It was just Gehenna.
Where would it appear?
It's in the 1611 now, though. Is what that's what I'm saying. It's in the 1611 KJV. Yeah, I don't think it was there. I think it was Gehenna or Sheol. I don't recall.
This is a replica.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the 1611 replica.
1611, and it's like all written in the calligraphy and everything. So where would what would be a passage where hell would be a in the passage? And I'll look it up. Oh fuck, my thing's fucked up again, isn't it?
No.
Is my internet still here?
Yes.
Barbara says it's in the Lord's Prayer. Descended into hell is what she wrote on her last comment.
Okay, so
Also,
that's in
Matthew 10:28 through 31, or Matthew 10:28 has it.
Let's go to Matthew. Hang.
But I mean, again, you know, I don't want to let go of that question I posed. I think it's an important one that for some reason the Mandela effect community is ignoring. Jesse said, "Well, I mean, what was your response, Jesse? Because, you know, why do you think the Bible is so singled out in these changes?"
Well, it's the greatest book. It's the greatest book, masterpiece of art that's ever been told, the greatest story ever told. And it leads people to God, or it should lead people to God. And they don't want people having that connection with God. They've inverted and perverted everything for people to stray people away from God.
Well, I have a question for everybody that believes in their Bible and believes in the 10 Commandments and everything else. In the 10 Commandments, it says, "Thou shalt not kill." I want to know why all these churches, when their children are brought up in those churches and taught to love their neighbor as themselves, why they throw parties and send their children off to war to kill and murder other people that never harmed them. Answer me that one.
So
okay, well, before you answer that,
hold on, everybody, real quick. What was the verse again? Matthew what?
Matthew 10:28.
10:28.
I believe.
Carry on.
Before answering that one, Dreamy, I would say, what would it matter what other people do in terms of how they utilize the Bible for in an abusive way, or even making it into an idol. What would it, in
I'm
terms of
just saying that,
the
you
Bible's
know,
validity or
you
message? What would it
take,
matter what people do when they
you,
abuse it?
Yeah, it's in here.
I'm saying you take something that we're taught that's supposed to be good, and we're taught as children to love our neighbors as ourselves, right?
Correct.
And then when the young men and women become 18, and I've seen this in different religions, not just one particular one, but when their children join the military, knowing what their job would be, and it's to hire people that will go out and kill for another man for a paycheck. And then they throw parties. They tell everybody how proud they are of them. And clearly it says, thou shalt not kill. No ifs, ands, buts, or anything else involved. Simply, thou shalt not kill. In other words, don't take another person's life. And then they all celebrate it and send their children off to war.
Watch this. Here you go. Right, what you just said. There it is. Have you seen Squid Game? It's this crazy show about people in debt signing up to kill each other to entertain the rich. Anyway, let's get you enlisted.
Exactly.
Right. So, yeah, so in 28 here, and this is so interesting, St. Matthew is actually spelled in the Old English, Matthew. Isn't that cool? The blind spelled Blinde, and dumb, Dumbe, healed. They got these little notations up in the top of the page that tell you what's going on within the story. But 28 says, and fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Soul spelled Soule. But rather fear, with an E on the end, him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. And that's spelled Hell. But that's really soul. It's really wild reading the old calligraphy, because like the word soul starts with a letter that looks like an F, right? It almost looks like foul because there's an E on the end. But I've looked through this and read a lot of Old English, so I'm able to kind of like breeze right through it. In fact, I named my one German Shepherd Moon Shadow, and the way I spelled it was the original way, Mooneshadwe. So she's got a very unique little name. But okay, so I just want to, yeah, that's in there. This has the apocryphes in it as well too. This is pretty cool. This Bible is really, really neat. I'm gonna have to hook up my dual camera so I can like have a document cam, so I can put out a book like right on the table and shit, and everybody can see it. That would be really cool. I'll do that because I have an extra camera.
Super cool.
Yeah, I'll set that up for the next one. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's my 1611. This was not cheap by any means. It was not cheap.
So hell was in this 1599, but it wasn't in the original its text when they translated it into English. I'm not sure exactly when, but that was something that was never in the original scriptures.
It was Gehenna, right?
Or Sheol, yeah.
Okay, so Gehenna was a garbage dump. Now,
a fiery burning garbage dump that burned 24/7, that they dumped dead bodies into, in order for them not to rot. Garbage. They put everything into this burning pit, and that Gehenna is still in Israel to this day.
Well, the people that were put in the bodies that were put in Gehenna were those that were not worthy of a burial. Okay, criminals, thieves, rapists, dregs of society, that kind of thing, right? And so they were not remembered. They were forgotten because they were just cast into Gehenna, into hell, into the fire, and there was no memorial of them. There was no memory of them because we live on in people's memories. In fact, this is kind of a cool idea, is that we only exist but within the mind of God. And you can put that even into, well, one of the guys that helped with that very book I was just showing you, or collection of books, Sir Francis Bacon, who was, of course, also William Shakespeare. And
no, he wasn't.
Yeah, I believe you. There's even encoding in the Bible of him into it. I'm trying to remember what.
So I interviewed a girl who is an actual Shakespeare intellect just recently, and she talked all about it, and she believes it's Sir Drake, I believe. He was from a royalty, and all of his scriptures were all of his play. He was another playwright, but he was because since he was in part of the, kind of the royal families or whatever, they wasn't allowed to be as this author of the Shakespeare or whatever, right? So he's matched it, and she did a detailed thing. And actually, Sir Francis Bacon was later on, but a lot of people, conspiracy people, they think that it was Sir Francis Bacon, but her detailed account, it made a lot of sense when I listened to it.
My point was, though, this, okay, so we all know these different plays that are accredited to Shakespeare, right? Romeo and Juliet. These characters have backstories. These characters have families. They have an age. We know everything about them, their families, the Capulets and the Montagues, and we also know of Hamlet and all the characters involved there, their backstories, everything like that. But they only existed in the mind of William Shakespeare. And by putting it out through spelling and grimoire spelling, it became in the minds of everyone who reads it. And so these characters have existed for hundreds of years, still as living characters.
Immortalized.
Yes. And so I think that's kind of another concept involved with that, with the Gehenna, back to that, because these people with no remembrance, they died alone. There was no one to remember them. No one cared. Bam, gone. Right.
And that's what modern day hell is. They turned it into this deep fiery pit that if you don't obey, it's a little bit different than what back then you would get burnt in this pit opposed to, but now people still do the cremation, opposed to getting buried.
Yep. And a lot of people, if you think of it, people that their initial thing about, making plans for their final departure, which I just say is nothing more than you just stop operating here. But if you talk to people about that, they go, "Oh, I wouldn't want to burn," and I'm like, wait a second, you wouldn't want your car crushed while you're driving down the road, but after it breaks down and they haul it away and you're never going to have it again and it goes to the junkyard, you don't give a fuck if they crush it, do you? It's the same thing. And I kind of look at it like this. I understand the remembrance aspect of it, but some of the things that we do with our dead, it's really kind of weird. People go to where the person's body is at. And of course, you're in remembrance, but taking flowers there and leaving them and as if that's really going to mean something. That's for the living people. That's for you. The dead person doesn't really know anything about that. It'd be like your car, the same car that got hauled off because it doesn't work anymore. You decided to junk it, it's gone. But every so often you go to the junkyard and visit that car and sometimes leave a can of motor oil on its fucking bumper or something. It's like, what?
Great analogy. And that's, that's honoring the body opposed to honoring the soul, talking to the spirit, which, a lot of people still have that connection with. And how do they control people? Through fear. And they make people afraid of dying, afraid of going to this place of hell. And they're easily manipulated and controlled if they're afraid to die.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think you really go anywhere. You just stop being here. You stop operating from this Wi-Fi thing, this 3D avatar. I really do think it's a lot like that, that we think that our center of attention, and this was really cool. Dave Murphy did this at Flattoberfest. This is really cool. We think of our center of attention as here, the eyes and the head and everything, because that's where we see from and everything, right? But if you stand up, he's had everybody in the audience stand up, and he says, pick a random person, now point at them. And the thing you notice is that everybody pointed at chest level, right at the heart, because that's the essence. Now you take a look at a lot of the depictions of this guy, Jesus, and what's he exemplifying all the time? The heart. There it is.
Christ is within, lives in each and every single heart.
Yes. Yes. The temple
That's
must
one
be
of the
built in silence. No axe nor hammer nor chisel shall be heard in the house as the temple is built. What is that? That's meditation, bro. And upon opening the seven seals, seven chakra points, the crown chakra, the temple is built. Enter through the right-hand door. That's the right-hand side of the mind. That's the God side of the brain.
Well,
whoever had said that, people are afraid to die, you're right. Because I'm not afraid to die. And so I do speak my mind. And either people despise me for that and hate me, or they like me because of that. And you will notice, even in the Bible, that is one of the truths that I came out after my near-death experience, was that it's already all written within our heart, just like the Bible states. It's written on our hearts, not in a book, not in somebody else's head, but in our hearts.
Well, I'd like to say that, kind of to answer my own question from that I previously raised, I think that the reason we're witnessing these changes on such a huge scale with the Bible is because it's an attempt to, well, there's several reasons, but I think one of the main reasons is that it's trying to attack it's trying to attack a message, and in particular the primary purpose of the scriptures was essentially, I believe, to disseminate the gospel message. And if that was the primary purpose of the scriptures, then it would make sense that it's being attacked to help limit, if not stop that. So in that sense, I think the reason it's being attacked, it's essentially trying to stop the spread of the gospel. Now, the gospel is actually more alive when it's transmitted through people and the example that they live from what they believe about Jesus. But it's also easily transmitted through the scriptures because the message can be hidden, in your pocket and then passed along to places where it's outlawed, etc. So I think it does essentially attack it, and for that reason, I think that's why I think it's an important question to ask. It sort of like it should make us wonder, well, maybe there was something to the gospel. Maybe it's not what I thought it was. Maybe it is. There's a lot more value to it than what I was giving. And I do believe that's an important question to consider in this matter as to why it's being attacked. The other reason, of course, is it's actually separating the church from itself, because there's, in this event, what you're seeing is most of the church isn't even seeing it. So what does that say when most of the church doesn't even recognize the message, the words that were there supposedly written on their hearts, and yet they're attributing truth to those words that are actually false? And it also raises the question of what the word of God is. And interestingly, the Bible still retains the definitions of that, of who the word of God is. And in both definitions, it isn't the Bible, as Sovereign pointed out earlier. It actually is Jesus. So if we're then able to understand that the word of God is Jesus, and that the gospel message maybe actually have a lot more validity to it than we thought, because the Bible is the primary target here. You put two and two together, maybe the message here is that we're supposed to rediscover Jesus and the gospel and who the word of God really is. Maybe that's the message, that because that's certainly the message I get from it. But it seems like many are not even seeing, to me, what's an obvious conclusion, just from a logical, like just as logical a take from it, really.
There's a large amount of blasphemy that's occurring within these changes that are taking place, though, too. That's something to consider. Even up to and including an obvious punctuation thing. Somebody brought up punctuation earlier, where now the colon or the semicolon comes before the parenthesis, which it should be afterwards, but they flip-flopped and it makes winky emojis now. And I'm like, are you shitting me? That would only matter now in this time. Never before would anybody see that as a winky, but now we do. And I don't know, man. I don't know. But punctuation, you can take. All right, let's take it when Christ is on Golgotha, on the cross, and there's a guy on each side of him, and he says, "Verily I say unto thee, this day you shall be in paradise with me." Okay, it's kind of a run-on sentence. Now I can change its meaning merely with the placement of a comma in one place or another and completely change the context of it. Verily I say unto you this day, you shall be in paradise with me. Okay, well, that means I'm telling you this day when I do it like that, right? If I say, verily I say unto you, comma, this day you will be in paradise with me. Now I said that we're going today. So then what's this do? This causes division. There's people that believe that you go to heaven immediately, and then there's people that believe that you have to wait and go later.
Exactly.
So which is it, right? So that's just a little thing I wanted to add there with punctuation. Go ahead, what you were saying, Dreamy.
I was going to say that one of the things that when Jesus was being questioned about the law and everything, especially like with divorce, and they were trying to question him about things, he said that Moses wrote them because of the hardness of people's hearts. And that's what I see all this deception causes, is the hardening of people's hearts against each other. That's all I was going to say.
It's important to note also that when we talk about this, the 10 Commandments and the value of them, I come from an understanding where, like in sort of a new covenant theology, where, you know, what Jesus actually meant was that all the prophets and the laws and the prophet hang on the most important, which is to love, you know, your God with all your mind, body, and soul, and to love others before yourself, basically. And so Jesus was the ultimate example of that. And I think that's the value of understanding Jesus's role in it all. The 10 Commandments kind of gave an outline, sort of a very literal outline of how to behave. But Jesus took that to a whole other level. Like, you know, when like the 10 Commandments said, don't murder, but Jesus was saying, like, don't even think about it. Like, he took it to a whole new level. He's like, you're already in the red when you're just thinking about it. And he was illustrating that in the new covenant, it was all about the spirit, whereas the old covenant was about the letter.
Right. He said to love one another as you would love yourself, and as I have loved you. That was how it was written.
Right.
Or when I remember reading it last. And that covers everything. But if you go back and see, this is where I went back and I questioned it, because I remembered we had to memorize the 10 Commandments. We had to remember Exodus 20. We had to memorize that in school. And I didn't catch it when I was young, but it said, to worship me, for I am a jealous God, or whatever. And I got to thinking about that a few years ago, and I'm like, hold on a minute, something else came up, and then it popped in my head. And so I went back. The first half, basically, of the 10 Commandments was about worshiping this jealous God. And then the second half is all about thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet, and it goes through all those. And so if you look at the two, if you take the two sides, you've got one telling you to bow, to worship, to this, that, and another thing, right? Put one above you. You're not supposed to do that. The thing is that what's written in our hearts is not, we don't have the desire to go out here. We might lie because we've been taught to, and this and that, and think it's okay to kill people or whatever. Those are things we're taught. But right there, those are the basic things that we don't actually have a desire to do. At least I don't know anybody else does, until they've been hurt and harmed. Then they harden their heart, and then they end up doing the very things that they hated. And Jesus spoke of that as well.
Well, they can also be conditioned. Let's not forget that, it will, people can be brought up in any type of environment and be taught to embrace, the sinful nature, you could say.
I heard that little puppy. You quit being mean.
He wants to go outside. Puppy. I'll be right back.
You quit being mean to that little puppy. I heard that little puppy yiping like that. What are you doing?
He needs to pee.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right.
I don't know if you were here earlier, but Dreamy got a new dog. Little puppy, little chow puppy. I showed pictures just a minute ago. I'll show them again. They're so cute. Do you see this thing? This thing is adorable. I didn't think it was even real. I didn't. Check this thing out. It looks like it came out of a toy store. Hang on. Share screen. Window. There we go. There we go. Is that the cutest little dog or what, man?
Oh yeah, a little Ewok.
I know. Yeah, it looks like an Ewok, no doubt, right?
Yeah. That's cute. Yeah.
So I thought that was sweet. She sent me a message today and said, "Oh my gosh," she said, "I just got a dog." I was like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah," she sent me that picture. I said, "There's no way that dog is real." I said, "That thing looks like it just came out of a toy store. It's so cute, man."
Our big puppy heard the dog when his ears came up, and we just
Oh my God. Yeah, my dogs will do that too. They hear another dog like in a movie or something. Now I'll tell you, my dog Brandy, she loves Pink Floyd. And when I'll ask her, "You want to hear dogs? You want to hear dogs?" And she gets kind of excited, and I'll put that song Dogs in. And of course there's that synthesizer that's emulating dogs howling in the background and shit. She sits and tilts her head like she can hear it. She's listening to it. She likes to lay there and listen to Pink Floyd, man. She digs music, man. I play music for her all the time on my guitar. I'm sitting here like I'm like Chris Hatfield up in the space station. I got my guitar, yeah. Smoking weed. So what were we talking about again? Before?
Well, what does everybody think the message of the Bible is? Like, what is the basic message? The good news, the message.
I think, like I said, it's all about the gospel. That's the primary message in it. If you're not, to me, like that's there's no question about the message of it. What the point of it was the gospel. And I think that's why God allowed it to change, because I think we came to a time where enough people knew about the gospel to spread it without the Bible. And the Bible's been disseminated throughout the earth already to the point where enough people know the gospel to speak it without having to reference the actual book. And
the gospel means good news. So what is that good news?
Well, check this out. Have you ever heard this idea? Now, this is And a lot of people, they go, oh, that would be blasphemous to think this way, blah, 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 blah. But this is why I have an unchained mind. Okay. I'm in no way meaningfully disrespectful to any type of deity if there were one or anything like that. But think about this. Where did original sin come from? Right? It was Satan, Lucifer, in the Garden of Eden that tempted the woman to partake of the tree of the fruit of knowledge, right? And she was not supposed to do that. That was only for God. So ultimately, it comes down to Satan that did this. And there's even a school of thought that believes that perhaps Satan, Jesus was Lucifer redeeming himself for the original sin, thereby absolving mankind of that original sin. I don't know, man. It holds water.
Well, there's a bunch of interpretations of the scriptures in the gospel over the years, especially I mean, I'm sure you're very well familiar with the Gnostic movement and so forth. So yeah, there's no doubt of that being a way to understand it. I don't believe that's what it meant, but like I believe more in sort of when I speak of the gospel, I'm talking about, the basic, like the one that's like doesn't require any sort of.
Are you talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
I'm talking about the message Jesus brought through basically like salvation comes through faith in Him. Basically.
So, what are your views on Paul hijacking the church and what a lot of these letters, what he redefined or defined what? His way, what things should be.
So Paul's an interesting case because now actually, see, I come from a memory, I would say, where Paul's gospels were consistent with the others, but now it seems as if there's a lot of conflict and contradictions with Paul's gospels in the New Testament against the others, and sadly, Paul sounds almost like a lunatic now in his writings, but that's because of the changes. That's not because it was always like that. That's the part that I don't think a lot of people understand in this discussion. Is they think that they're kind of like Paul haters because they think that it was always written that way, the way he's written now. And it's not, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that at all. It was consistent. The Gospels, the New Testament, the Old and the New Covenant, everything written there was a very strong continuity from the Old Testament to the New Testament. The Bible was not rife full of contradictions and questions and strange theologies that now seem so prevalent. So that's important to note, that the Bible changes really magnified whatever slight incongruences there may have been. Now they're like amplified to like level 1000. So a lot of people have a problem with the Bible because they're reading it with today's eyes, not even seeing that the Bible's changed, and they have a lot of errors and things that they can point to and say, see, it's like contradicting here, and it doesn't line up here, and what is the truth? I don't know anything, like this isn't the truth. And so there's no real, it's really hard for people that are seeing the changes to defend the Bible, because we're over here saying like, well, no, it didn't say that before. And yet, we look like lunatics when we do that, because, our claim is that reality has changed and shifted, and the Bible has been attacked essentially and made full of contradiction and blasphemy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why the Word of God discussion is important, because like you were saying earlier, Sovereign, the Word of God can't change, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that has to mean that the Bible is not the Word of God.
That's the only conclusion I can come to.
But the Bible actually defines the Word of God as Jesus, you see. So you have to take that as well and understand that there's something important to Jesus, therefore, within the gospel message.
Take a look at Luke 19:27, though. Have you seen that?
Yeah, that's slate.
That's
the one-
like antithetical to what Jesus stands for real. And I'm like, wait a minute, man.
That's not what it said though originally, the way it's written now.
Right. So they're actually changing the red letters too. You know, or the they. I keep using that term. They. It's something is changing the shit. See?
Could God be changing it because we're changing, and could not God be making these changes for different interpretations?
I don't think God would be changing it, because why would God create blasphemies and lies about himself in the book?
Well, Daniel, the book of Daniel says that he will be allowed authority to wear out the saints, to change the times, the end times, and the laws.
God allows it. That's different from actually being the author of it, right?
Right. Well, see, that's right. That's what I'm saying. He's allowing it. And I think that's why this is a test, because I often say this to people too. It's like, wait a minute. It don't sound to me like you're worshiping God or following Christ. It sounds more to me like you're following a book. Okay. And a case in point, our Christian that was up here earlier, when he got mouthy again and I had to put him backstage until I was finished talking, was back there flipping me the middle finger. I mean, what? Oh, okay. Wait a second. I didn't flip you a middle finger or anything. I wasn't mean to you. I didn't insult you, but you found it necessary to go insulting to me. Is that being very Christ-like? Would Jesus have done that? I don't think so. So this is what gets me, is these people that are pounding on the book all the time seem to have that same type of attitude. I don't pound on the book.
I'd like to answer that, whoever asked the question about the Bible. And I believe it's a double-edged sword, because if you've read it from cover to cover, and you've also researched the history of that book and where the scripts came from, so you have even more of an understanding, you will see two sides in that book, two sides. And like, you can take the book of Ruth, that's about child sacrifice. The book of Hebrew was a letter to the Hebrew people. The book of Rome was a letter to the Roman people. Revelation is a letter to the 7 churches of Asia, and those are things that are left out. Every time anybody brings those books up, they never discuss the fact that those were what those books were about. And those are just the ones, you know, that are, a lot of people know about the story of Ruth and how she was set aside and groomed and whatnot to be sacrificed as a child. So the book of Rome, it's listed in there what to be cautious of, what to be careful, where they were headed, the road they were going down, what was coming to the 7 churches of Asia in the book of Revelations. And everyone's like, oh, the United States. It had nothing to do with it. It was wrote to the 7 churches of Asia. We're not Asia.
Well, I mean, there is the historical context, right? And there's also genre as well. So you have to be able to understand that there were different genres of how it was
But
written.
when they gleaned the information to put in the book, because it was commissioned to be written from other scripts, that some of those scripts were gotten permission from those that held those scripts to be used. We know that a lot of the New Testament was written in Greek, so it came from the Greek history and put in the book. But I'm saying that the word by, the letters B-I, means 2, double-edged sword. And if you read it cover to cover, you will see both sides. You can't not see it unless you just don't read it.
Written in apocalyptic language to the people at that time. The revelation seems to have already been fulfilled at that time, but people are trying to keep reliving it, make it happen. You know, every year, the 80s, oh no, the world's coming to an end. Year 2000,
Exactly.
oh, the world's coming to an end. Year 2012, everything is, you know, trying to relive revelations, which it was already fulfilled.
Yeah, maybe. I think so. There's a lot of evidence to support that. You know, we were talking about that earlier. It's like some of
It's
these
been
buildings.
fulfilled over and over and over again because history just keeps repeating itself. That is another truth that most people overlook. It is
Well,
repeating
yeah.
over and over again.
There's also, but there's also important to note that you have to, that's what you call hermeneutics, right? It's how you decide to understand the prophecies, right? There's different ways of doing it, and some might be like the full preterist, which is like everything has already happened, right? And then some might be a partial preterist, some might be futurist, so forth. There's a bunch of different ways to interpret it. So regardless, though, I think it's important not to point fingers at any particular view and build a straw man out of it and say, well, see how, like tear that down and then say, kind of take the validity away of the rest. I think it's important not to do that as well.
Well, I'm just saying, if it was a letter to the 7 churches of Asia and that was fulfilled, then now it's being applied to the United States, to take place here, to take place in this country, this continent, that continent,
Well, there's an argument to be made that it could apply. Like I believe in both. I believe it's called a more parallel progressive view where it does the prophecies in particular. Many were written to reflect the current context of that time period, but that they also have a future application and validity as well. And there's an argument to be made from that. So it's not just one way to see it. There's different ways to see it.
Well,
and you can build an argument.
I see it. We have one planet, right? We have one planet that we all live on. Doesn't matter where the dirt mounds are, but some people think that matters. But the truth of the fact is we have one place, one planet in which we live that we know of. And so therefore, it should apply to everyone to do the same. Treat each other with some respect, some love, some kindness. If you don't have to like them or even agree with them or any of that, but all this religious garbage is what's created a lot of the divide around the world, which has caused many, many wars. It doesn't matter. Look at the globe. It's not a biblical thing. But those that believe in it wholeheartedly protect it with their life because that's what they were taught. That's what religion did. It taught people to be this way, to think this way or that way.
Yes, I mean the religious, the religious spirit, the religious zealots, you could say, have made much about, giving the wrong example about what the message is really about. And again, I think it's easy to identify those religious types that have done a poor testimony for Jesus and say, look, see, that's what this has all cost. Again, these are bad examples of the testimony of Jesus. So it's not the fault necessarily of the gospel or what was written. It's the fault of the people. It's the wicked. It's the infinitely wicked heart of man that ultimately corrupts.
So why is it not important where those scripts came from and who put them there? Because God didn't do it. If we're referring to the imaginary man in the sky, if that's who you're referring to, he didn't write it. He didn't script it or anything. This came from actual history of our past, our ancestors.
I'm not understanding your point here.
My question is, why is it so important to segregate everyone based on some men and some historical past?
No one, who's trying to segregate anything?
Do we or do we not have control of our hearts and our minds?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Rasta Bear. Oh, wait. I hit the wrong button. I meant. No. Sorry, guys. The audience is schizo tonight, man.
See, we only have one planet on which all of us live. If you have a child, is your child more important than a father in China or a father in Iraq or Iran or Syria or Turkey or England or Africa? Are you a better man because you have a child than they are? So why
No,
war
but
with them when you have no beef with them and they never harmed you? See, those are the things that I question. That's why I despise religion. It's taught people to really hate other people and other countries and take away the realness of who we truly are.
Well, it's
The
important
living,
to know the distinguish between your disdain for religion versus, let's say, a disdain for the gospel message of Jesus. There's those are two different things to have
well, the
disdain for.
churches ain't preaching the gospel. I
Yeah,
can
well,
promise you.
the
I was looking around at some people's skulls here lately. Like
The
how
church
big.
has very little to do with God. I mean, they're
Yeah, they
very
do.
not related very much at all. But,
Right.
It's easy. I can agree, and I think most can agree of the wayward church becoming a religious, burden for the world. No one, I think, is going to argue about that point. All I'm saying is the value and importance of the gospel message of Jesus remains, and I think the
Awesome,
Bible
enjoy.
changes have illustrated that. The Bible changes have highlighted that I think truth.
If people really truly believed in the Bible and Jesus and the message, why aren't more people going out there and doing healings and actually, living the life of Christ?
Exactly,
If
Jesse.
people, what's your question?
If people truly believed in the Bible and the gospel and the teachings of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, why aren't they going out and following that example, going out doing healings and living the way that Christ did?
Some people are, but I think by and large, the majority there is a wayward church. A vast majority of the church has lost its way. I agree.
Yeah, I've seen I've seen some multitudes of revival in the church here lately. Like lots of crazy things happening that couldn't be explained other than Christ just being here on the scene here at this time. Like today I went for a walk and was walking the dog with my daughter and we walked. Our church is, it's like a half mile from our house. And we got there and we were walking through the parking lot. And when we were walking through the parking lot, the pastor was pulling away as I was walking through the parking lot. And he's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" And so I said hi to him. He's a cool dude. He's a pro skateboarder, Joe Gruber. And he just gave the wave and he was on his way. And yeah, it was wild.
Sounds awesome, man.
I'm not saying that there aren't good people in churches or good people out here in the world trying to share good information. Any good information is the gospel, and there's sorry, my puppy's being but, we all can do that. Every last one of us. What I get sick of is all these people trying to cram the Bible down your throat, shoving Jesus in your face. He never did that. He never shoved himself on other people, But look at what people are doing to each other. And, when I talk about things, people assume that I have no knowledge and truth or facts or anything like that, simply because I don't buy into all that propaganda, all the control. Why do they call the preacher the good shepherd? He's watching over his flock to keep them in control, because those are the people in history that whenever a country was taken over, didn't just want to accept the new government or the new controller, the new leader. And so after the wars, they created these churches or whatever so that they could control the people's behavior, because if they allowed them to have some of their rituals and whatnot, then they wouldn't revolt as much. And they
This,
would.
this is wild because I just open the Bible sometimes and I just dive right in. You know, I'm like, I'll just like, whoa, where does it take me? You know, I sense like a mysticism about it. I'm like, God, show me where do you want me to be here in this book? And I'll open it and it will turn to the exact page, to the exact verse that pinpoints right where I am, focusing on, right out of my mind. And like this one here in Jeremiah 51, I just pulled up. It says, let's see, where was it? What was that on there? The portion of Jacob is not them, for he is former of all things. The Lord hosts his name. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For war with thee I'm sorry, I can't see it. And with thee will I destroy kingdoms, and with thee I will break in pieces the horse and his riders, and with thee I break the pieces of the chariots and the riders. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. Wow. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, you just open it up and
I would just say
there's definitely something going on with it, like where it.
It's important to also note that in this time, now that I think it's been unprotected, obviously, right? If it was protected, it's not anymore. Then that's also an indicator that, as for those that do believe in Jesus, I think it's important to realize that if you're continuing to forge a relationship with your Bible more than you are with Jesus, I think you don't have it. You haven't gotten the message, and I think that's an important thing.
We got Jehovah's daughter Barbara's over in here talking about organs and shit. That's some interesting stuff. We're going to cover that about the frequency healing. There's a lot of shit about the bells as well. That's an interesting thing. My question is still, and has been for a long time, what is better, daisies on your piano or tulips on your organ? So, you decide, and we'll get back to it. But yeah, my biggest problem with the actual Bible itself is yes, you have to be discerning, because this thing has been picked over, doctored, and fucked with over the ages. And now we've got the Mandela effect. I mean, even the transition into the King James Bible itself was a huge edit, so I have to look at something that mankind has put together, and man is usually very, very corrupt in his endeavors when it comes to something like that. Often when coming to a religion, it turns quickly into a control mechanism, whereas we see that throughout like the 1500s with the Spanish Inquisition and the persecutions and things that took place. The so-called Catholic Church was behind the shit that the conquistadors and stuff did here in the Americas to the indigenous population, which was enslave them, maim them, kill them, steal their shit. You know, I look at all the things done in the name of this so-called religion, and I have to go, do I want to align myself with that? Now, as far as being
it's wild because
as far as being a Christian, like
it says,
and
with the I break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with the I break in pieces the chariot of his rider. With thee also will I break in the piece of man, a woman, and with thee will I break in peace old
what
and
in the
young.
world does that have to do with what I was talking about?
All wars through history have been through religion, and even the modern day, but it's more God, gold, oil, and drugs, a different type of religion. But basically, all the wars through history have been justified through religion, that my God, my relationship is better than yours, I'm more powerful than you. And then you got the modern day people that they want to prove that their, worship or their knowledge or connection is better than anybody else's. And that, again,
yes, but again, you're
it
highlighting. I think you're highlighting the weakness of man and the wickedness of his heart as in this critique. I mean, the Bible has been abused throughout time to do.
No, render unto Babylon
hey,
the heavens.
Excuse me.
The Bible has been
Sovereign
abused.
brought up a very good point. The conquistadors and the priests were sent
Right.
here to force their religion on people. It was done through the Pope of Spain, which is the same Pope we have today, because he's not the Pope of Rome. He's a Pope.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
He's the Pope of Spain and the Bishop of Rome. So Saul is right. They came here to seek, kill, steal, and destroy.
Right.
The same thing.
Men did that.
The same exact thing that they did when Moses led the people out of Egypt, when they went into Canaan, and they went in to kill every man, woman, and child. Did you rip those pages out of your Bible? Because see, now it wasn't just done in Canaan; it was done in Spain, to the Americas, and so it just keeps spreading.
There's a history of people conquering
cancer.
each other throughout, and identified or written down in the scriptures. Yes.
So this religion, being that the king, when it was commissioned, he would kill the scribes, the ones that were writers, the scribes. If they wrote anything in it that he didn't like, they would be killed. So they tried very hard to write what he wanted, even though he didn't tell them what he wanted. But they tried to make sure that they didn't put anything in because they didn't want to die. But it was something the king chose. That was a man to be put in the book that everybody thinks is so holy. Well, what do they call it? The Holy See. That's what they call the Roman Catholic Church. The Pope is the Holy See. They have the papal bulls.
But
Have you ever
you're
gone and
highlighting
read
the
the papal
institutions
bull?
of men, right? That men created.
They're
in the
all
name of God.
institutions. Even the book
Right.
that was written from an institution of men.
Sure. But again,
And then you say you claim to believe it, hook, line, and sinker.
I didn't say that. No,
Oh,
I said.
okay.
I
Sorry,
said.
misunderstood that. Then.
No, what I'm saying is the most important message in it is the gospel message from Jesus. I think that's the single thread that runs through it. That is that the value in it should. That's where the value is in it. It's not.
Yes. I
all
agree
of,
with that.
Yeah.
Does that gospel message tell you that men are wicked in their hearts?
It says all have. Yeah. It says all have. Basically, all have sinned and fallen short of God's glory. Yes.
That's right, because the God that they're talking about is the king.
That's not what
And
I asked.
back in the ancient days, they used, like Saul said earlier, God is a title. Go look it up. You can look it up. It's fairly easy to find. If you look up God, Zeus, he was the God King of Kings. He was none other than a man, but he was considered God King of Kings because he was the head god of all the kings of earth.
I mean, you guys. I mean, I don't need to. You don't. I mean, it's a simple message. I'm sure you guys are pretty familiar with it.
Well, the spirit, I think that what Jesus was trying to share as far as good news is that we are not these sinful, unimportant little peasants on this planet.
100%. That's the perversion to get people to think that they're wicked in their heart, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Exactly.
Well, if everyone has fallen short through their sin,
I didn't fall short, did you?
And that's missing the mark. Missing the mark is to sin. That doesn't mean that they're wicked in their hearts just because they missed the mark.
I mean, if that's
The
what you want to
reason we
believe.
make mistakes is so we can learn from them. How else would we learn if we didn't make a mistake? Making a mistake is probably the best thing in life you can do, because why? You learn from it and then you get better.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled is to convince people they were wicked in their heart.
Yeah,
I would have to say that too.
I mean, it sounds nice what you're saying, but on principle, I guess where I'm coming from is that the idea that you can sort of work yourself into let's say a nirvana of sorts, a place where you're reconciled, that you can do that on your own, to me is, that's laughable or ludicrous.
Well,
I don't believe that a person has the ability to work their way into a perfect nirvanic state.
So what
the
is
best thing that could ever have happened to me was to die, because that's when I learned, because my family didn't love me. I found out when I was 15, my mother didn't want me, and neither did my dad. They wanted my sister.
My question would be, how much
brother.
work do you have to do to get there? That's my question.
And when I died, and I now know that feeling of unconditional love. I had made so many mistakes. I should have went straight to hell, and I should have been there with the gnashing of teeth and the hellfire and the brimstone and all that other bullshit, but I wasn't.
But I'm asking you, what do you have to do to reach that perfect state? At what point?
There is no perfect state. You know why? Because it defies the Hermetic principles. You understand? There can be no perfect state of nirvana, the same way that nature abhors a vacuum.
At what point do you feel reconciled with your existence?
Is not perfect to you, right? So what's perfect for me is not going to be perfect for you.
Okay. So then we're all going to be arguing then.
Well, I'm
not arguing.
It's like this. Do you resonate with good or do you resonate with wrong? Are you along the right-handed path or the left-handed path? There are going to be those that take both. They take one or the other. Okay. That's basically it. This thing, like that guy said earlier, something about believe in Jesus. What does that mean? Believe in Jesus. What exactly does that phrase right there actually mean?
Well, in simplest terms, the principle of that sort of leap of faith, quote unquote, is to realize that your inability to reach a state of reconciliation with the universe on your own. You have to take that first understanding before you can really take that leap of faith. That's really what the principle starts with. If you think that you can reconcile yourself with the universe on your own efforts, you won't be able to take that leap of faith. That's kind of what it's talking about to start with. I don't believe I have the ability to reconcile myself with the universe into a point where I would feel comfortable and confident in myself now, as well as my eternal state. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Who are you reconciling it with? Who's right now, for instance?
Well, like the gospel message reconciles my fallen state with through faith in Jesus, basically, that he died and rose again, that my sin state would be reconciled before God. That's something that I couldn't do by myself. That's the principle of the gospel. It's not that we are able to do this, that we can reconcile ourselves with God on our own. That's the distinction between the gospel message and, say, this other message where you can do it on your own and reconcile yourself if you just do the right things and do enough good or whatever.
Yeah, you can actually, and you're not really doing it by yourself anyway, right?
God is always with you.
All right, of course.
His
Of
breath
course.
gives
Your
through you.
higher self, listen, your higher self is always with you as well. It's as simple as this. There's the ego versus the higher self. Okay. The ego wants the needs. The ego wants earth. The ego wants worldly things. Okay. And we often, if we are indulged and immersed within the ego, we often blur the line between needs and wants. Of course, you want the things you need: shelter, food, companionship, that kind of thing, right? But we often don't need the things we want: 65-inch TV, video game system, new car, shit like that. Okay. So what happens is when you place your spirit beneath the worldly aspects of this existence, you're ignoring the higher conscience. You're ignoring the Christ. You're ignoring the God man, the God aspect of man, the higher self. Think of it as the devil and the angel on the shoulders, right? Ego and higher self, ego and higher self. We are all splinters of the creator, all co-creators.
Yes.
Okay. That's the Christ is within you. The anointment is within you. Okay. And you immerse yourself more into your higher self and realize that that is the eternal being and this is not the eternal being. And to sacrifice a portion thereof, the eternal being, for those things of this world is, well, basically Luciferian. And it's at your own peril as far as the growth of your spirit is concerned.
My father, who I believe in, is the one that created the trees and the flowers and the animals and all of us. And he did so with such an amazing and miraculous and something that's hard to even sometimes comprehend, that we take, let's say, an acorn, we plant it. What does that do? It becomes a tree. And then it gives its abundance. It doesn't just take the water and all the air and all that. It gives back in an abundance, so much so that, like, say, just an apple tree. If you plant an apple tree just for yourself, there's no way you can eat all those apples in a year. Even if you can them and dry them and freeze dry them and turn them into pies and everything else, there's no way that you can eat every apple off that tree. So therefore, you can give some of that those apples to somebody else, and you're giving away your abundance. That was actual true tithing in the biblical sense.
Sure. And what Sovereign is saying, it sounds logical and it sounds nice in a lot of ways. But my problem with that,
you just like living with the devil because you think you're this horrible, rotten entity.
No. I was going to say is my issue or my response, my concern with that viewpoint is I don't know how much of that to do, Sovereign or Dreamy. I don't know how much of that to embrace or live by. There's nothing that really
make you feel happy and excited.
I don't. Happiness is fleeting. It's all very tenuous to me. I don't know what it is I need. How much of that will I've reached to the point that I'm comfortable? And if I'm comfortable, is that enough? What happens when I become uncomfortable? It's just always tenuous and changing, and I'm just not. I don't feel comfortable with that. With putting my life on the line with that type of understanding.
Well, wait a second.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm going to ask this though, but first off, why would you be punished for doing right and using your own mind? Okay. Wouldn't it be more like this? Let's put yourself in place of that. Okay. Let's put you in the place of that. What would make more sense? What would be more like Jesus? Say, hey, I understand where you were coming from with this, man. And given the level of deception that you live under, I don't blame you. right? For being skeptical. Here's the deal. I'm going to just set you straight on a few things. Here's how it really is. You were a good guy, but it really is like this, that, and the other, rather than go, ha ha, you didn't take that chance, you know, or whatever. And I'm going to banish you off and all this other shit. No, that's bullshit. Who would be like that? Why would you want to be around somebody like that fickle?
Not the God that I'm connected with.
That's
I just want to ask
Well, I'm not
website. What?
advocating that understanding either.
Okay, I just want to ask you this question. How do you feel when you're able to give to other people? How does that make you feel within your physical body and in your heart and your mind?
Well, it's always a nice feeling when you do good things for others.
Exactly, because you know what that is? You're being that oak tree. You're giving your abundance, and then you feel like you are.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how much of that do I have to do to where
Oh,
it's?
you don't have to do. You don't have. You know, you can just tell somebody you love them. You can give them a smile. You walk past somebody on a sidewalk. You smile at them, and then sometimes they'll smile back at you. Sometimes they'll look at you
But
like
all
you're a freak of
humanity
nature.
do
But
that
the
already.
thing is you're giving. You're giving that energy, that
I mean,
thing that we all are, and that's where our power lies.
If we're
It's
civil
not
and kind, we're already doing that.
Oh,
Dreamy.
sometimes I'm not civil and I'm not kind.
Okay.
I promise you. You've probably heard my mouth a time or two. But what I'm saying is when we practice that, we get better and better and better at it.
Okay.
You walk
but-
by somebody on the street, you see them there, everyone will tell you, oh, don't give the homeless people anything. You'll just keep them hanging around begging for more. So what? You gave it away to them. Let them do what they want with it.
I'm not saying
Right?
that's a bad way of living. No, that's fine.
I'm just saying that we could have, you know, people say, oh, well, it's a utopia, an idea, but it's not. It's a loving, caring, behaving like we should behave towards one another, giving what we have to others, or, you know, our knowledge, say, hey, this is what I found written down. I don't know if it's facts, fiction, whatever, but this is what I found. We got to stop getting stuck in the rut of believing everything we see and hear. We have to start taking that within and saying, how can I use this to benefit my fellow man? Not take and destroy them, but to benefit each other.
Website?
I mean, I don't think I disagree with that.
Website. Are you afraid that you may miss the mark and may not be accepted into heaven?
No.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of that because I feel, I believe I'm already reconciled with the Father in heaven. So I'm not afraid of that.
Well, I think that everybody has good in them. Even some of the worst actually have good in them. They may not practice it, but they do have good in them. And maybe that's a crazy way to think, but that's what I truly believe in my heart of hearts, that we all have the ability to love. We have all have the ability to change our mind when we're seeing that some of the things we're doing doesn't bring forth good fruit, right?
I'm not disagreeing with you, Dreamy. I think we all have those abilities in us, yes.
And I don't think everybody's going to go to hell. I don't know that anybody is.
I'll tell you, this is really, and this is no shit. This is a list right here of all the things I fear. Okay, go ahead. I don't have fear of anything.
I'm with you, brother.
So, you know, and as far as that's concerned, I know I'm on the right path. I know you know, what I'm doing right. I'm not going to be punished. I'm not going to suffer. There's none of that shit going to happen. Okay. I'm infinite awareness having this experience, man.
Yeah.
And
I used to believe that there was absolutely nothing I could do to rectify my wrongs. I was going to go to hell. So fuck it.
Well, to repent, what does it really mean to repent? Right? What it means to repent means to look back at what you've done and understand why it was wrong, feel why it was wrong, you know? Another thing is if you're going through the day and you haven't at one time acknowledged or had gratitude for the actual miracle that is today, then you're doing it wrong, man. You should have that eternal gratitude every day. You should at least stop for a moment and just to take everything in and go, wow, this is truly a miracle.
Your
And
heart
have
will
the
just swell
gratitude
up,
for
huh,
it.
Saul?
What's that?
I said our hearts would just swell up if everybody did that.
Oh, I know.
It's amazing. It's amazing feeling.
Here's a question for everyone. So say someone is an alcoholic and, you know, they're drinking every day, and then they decide they want to repent and change their ways and stop drinking, but they revert back to alcoholism. You know, they repent, change their ways. They do this over and over and over throughout life, but the rest of their, you know, dealings with other people, they're kind, they're giving, they do service to humanity, but they just can't stop. They keep repenting, they keep reverting back to that alcoholism. Do you think God will punish them and make them go into this hell thing just because they couldn't stop, you know, drinking that alcohol?
No, I don't.
I think that they're willing. See, this is the thing. It's the trick. And damn it, we are told, and our spiritual leaders need to. Well, our spiritual leaders are not spiritual leaders. They're fucking they're shills. Okay, they are. They're shills. All right.
What your two answers were going to be?
Having to knowing for a fact what alcoholism is, how it works, and how it affected me. Okay. There's a reason this is called spirits. Our clergy does not dissuade the imbibing of spirits. But we all know the metaphysical law that a demon cannot enter your home unless you willingly invite them. And alcohol, the flesh-eating spirit, when you drink it, you invite it into your home. So you are now subject to willing possession. Some people more adept to it than others, like myself. Okay. Now, yes, the person and his own spirit does want desperately things to be different. But those that are influencing him will not allow it. People have to understand, just drinking and sobering up the next day going, oh, I'm never going to drink again. And even a week goes by and you haven't touched alcohol. You're still in the resonant vibration. It takes a while. You have to be real. This is nothing to play with. It's nothing to play with. The blackout is full on possession. This is why the person never remembers it. Okay, that's full on possession. Your own consciousness has left the fucking building and you're completely controlled by these dark entities that harness onto you through the frequency that is a low frequency that imbibing alcohol puts you into on a fundamental and DNA resonance level. These entities feed off, of course, negative human and emotional energy. And of course, they're going to create situations that will produce negative human emotional energy, not just from the possessed or the alcoholic, but also through those around them, the wife, the kids, the lost jobs, the outbursts, the embarrassing moments, all of the shit that goes along with alcoholic behavior. There's a feeding frenzy of negative human emotional energy.
Sovereign, that's not how all alcoholics behave. And I
No,
say that with
They
experience.
always do act as a farm of negative human emotional energy. Bad shit will follow them around. This is no doubt. I've watched this, all levels of alcohol.
Well, I know what you're saying, and yes, it does with some people, but not everyone.
So what you end up with this shit is that and yeah, you have functional alcoholics, but listen, it ends up it even though it may not appear to be affecting, it absolutely is. And for one thing, it's keeping the influenced from their true potential. Now, that's one of the most important aspects of it, because it tends to attack primarily people that seem to be a little bit more on a spiritual vibratory plane, whether they know it or not. You know, that if they were to open their eyes, they would probably be able to see. And some of us have. But the thing is, with alcoholism, I think that God would, I don't know. I can't purport to say if God would even be judgmental in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. I'm only told these things. Now, of course, you have to weigh your heart with a feather. And this is where the education aspect of it comes in. I think it's important that religions, and some do, like some religions prohibit the use, the imbibing of alcohol because they know, right? Others, they don't. And this has been buried and people don't realize it. And myself, I struggled with it for many, many, many years, up until 12 and a half years ago. And I really do truly understand the entire nature of this thing. I was taught this. That's a whole nother conversation. We've talked about it before, about my ego death. And I don't know how God would respond to it, but I do know that it's sort of like you should have known better. But the fact that is ignorance of what you're doing, is that
It's
an
an
excuse?
experience.
You know? So I don't know if there would be any punishment that goes on about it. I think it's going to be a learning experience. Definitely, especially on the other side of this reality, that will all culminate and come together to you. So I don't know. Like I say, I spent a large portion of my life deep in the depths of that disease, possession, what have you. And so people, when they first start, it's hard when they first try to stop because they don't really realize what it is. And it's treated like a chemical addiction, where it's more of a spiritual problem and it needs to be addressed that way. One of the funniest things I'd noted about Alcoholics Anonymous, there's only one step that even mentions alcohol. There's 12 steps, but only one mentions alcohol, and that's the very first one. Right? The second one, boy, that one's a hard kicker for everybody to get to, because that now says, the first one is came to believe that we were powerless over alcohol and our lives had become unmanageable. Well, fuck, no doubt. If you're in an AA meeting, that's probably really true, right? The second one, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Wait, what? God and I'm crazy? What do you mean restore us to sanity? There comes in the pride and the rejection of God, the rejection of a higher power, the idea that you're not the captain of your ship, really. You're not the master of your fate. You see, you have to realize that, look, if you were, you wouldn't have let a liquid kick your fucking ass, right?
And it's also other people judging you for what you're doing because they don't do it and they disapprove.
Every step they want to have God outside of you. You know,
yeah, when another man is disapproving of what you do and it has nothing to do with you or anything or your choices, it's somebody else judging you and dictating to you what you should or shouldn't be and what you should or shouldn't do. I dated a guy that was an alcoholic. First thing he'd do in the morning is head down to the corner store and get him a beer. Well, one day he asked me, how come you don't treat me like everybody else? How come you don't always condemn me and run me down and everything else about drinking? And I said, because your drinking doesn't interfere with my life. That's something you've chosen to do. I said, you don't treat me badly. You don't treat my children badly. So I said, you know, if it ever comes to that, then I get to start making choices of whether I want you in or out of my life. But as long as you're good to me and my children, do what you want to do. 2 weeks later, he, without my asking or prodding or poking or anything, he entered a treatment facility all on his own, had nothing to do with me. But everybody else around him, told him how wrong he was, how bad he was, how horrible he was, didn't want him around, judged him, kicked him when he was down, called the cops on him, all kinds of crazy shit. But that wasn't who he was. That was what they thought of him, not who he was. So that came from outside him. But he chose to go and enter treatment because he wanted to, not because I asked him to stay in a relationship with me. So that's why I said it depends on the person. Now, if you're behaving badly towards somebody, they got a choice to say, you know what, I don't like your shit. Hit the road, Jack. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on the ass on the way out.
Right. There you go. That's the way to do it.
But I mean, I was happy that he went, because I knew that would be healthier choice for him, personally, because I've known people to die of cirrhosis of the liver and whatnot, and that's horrible because they just all of a sudden bleed out internally when their liver explodes or implodes or whatever it does, But for him to make that choice for himself, that was far better than if I'd have told him and gave him an ultimatum, I'll dump your ass if you don't do this or that or something else.
Right.
It was better for him to do it because that's what he wanted for himself.
Well, a lot of times too, it becomes like a cycle. Okay. There's a perfect female for the alcoholic. Okay. And the perfect female will enable the shit out of them. Right. They'll make the excuses. They were sick, why they can't go to work, blah, 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 blah. They do this. But then there's an element of this that comes along in a lot of these cases, and it's where, the wife's finally had it. She's can't take it anymore, and all her friends are all supportive, and she's getting all this attention and shit, and she leaves him, right?
Right.
So she finally leaves him, and he decides, okay, I'll quit. So he's quitting for the wrong reasons. He's quitting to get her back, and that's not going to end well, because the first time he gets pissed off at her, he'll go, well, I'll show that bitch, and go and drink, you see?
Right.
And it's the same thing with like an abusive relationship and things like that. They do this exact same thing,
Right.
The attention comes from both sides at different times. So it's a constant source of attention, and it becomes like this sick game, But listen, I'm going to have to shut this down. I just realized we've been going 4.5 hours. I'm starting to get a little bit tired, and we're kind of going here. We'll be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow's Fry Tag Friday.
Yeah, I gotta go too. I appreciate the respectful conversation, everyone.
Absolutely.
So you guys have a good evening.
See you later. Thanks for the conversation. And God, I feel, is really, really happy that we're able to discuss these things, and more people are discussing things in a healthy, civil way, because that's all God wants, is for us to all have a connection with this source creation. And the more we can have these discussions, I think just feel the energy and the vibration being happy coming from that source.
Yeah. This, I wanted to relay this. I told it one night here, I was just thinking of it again. Everybody knows I have my dogs. I love the shit out of all my dogs. They're just the best, right? And 2 of them started to get into a fight the other day, I guess about a week or so ago. And what it kind of angered me, and I got them apart, made them quit, and because sometimes he'll do that. It wasn't bad or anything like that, but it was enough that it hurt me that my 2 kids were fighting with each other, and I was like, look, I just want you all to get along. Come on, and I felt like that. I was like, God damn, that's how God must feel.
Right.
Hearing us fight, seeing us fight, especially this nonsense in the Middle East. I mean, all that, oh, my God is better than your God, or my belief system's better than your fucking belief system. You heathen, you threaten me with your dumb belief system. And I'm like, you guys are just threatening each other. That's all you're doing. Bunch of idiots. But either way, it's always just a rich man's game. I'm going to go around, give everybody just a short to say, and then I'm going to pop off of here. So, Dreamy, anything?
I'm just going to keep on hoping that everyone will come together and stop all this nonsense of fussing and fighting and I'm better than you and warring against each other, and start just living their life, trying to be a giver and in abundance, because I think that in our hearts, that's what will make us all happy.
Right.
And never give away your happiness, ever. Keep it.
Yes, always give it away. Share it.
Well, I mean, don't give it away for somebody else to control. I mean, give plenty of it away because all your abundance, but keep your personal happiness within, because once you give it away, then others can control you.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's the part I meant.
Sure enough. How about you, Moon Bounce?
Love y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Moon Bounce, anything?
Is he awake?
I don't know. You might have fell out on us. All right, Jesse, you got anything for us?
Thanks for welcoming me into your guys' community here. My first thing into these panels was, Jack Talcott and him being attacked and me standing beside him opened it up for me to being attacked by these online bullies and stuff. And, branching out to these different communities and being welcomed by y'all is really appreciative. And I love the conversation. And, it just makes me want to come back and have more conversations with all you amazing, beautiful souls. So thanks for all of that. And may the source be with y'all.
Right on, brother. Right on. Well, we'll see you next time then, man.
Yeah, later.
Let's see. And then last but not least, website.
Yeah, like I said, thanks for the respectful conversation. I come on here when I can, Sovereign. So yeah, I'll just keep my radar out.
Right on. Hey, we'll be on again tomorrow. It's Friday, but the wife's going to bed early because she's got shit she's got to do the next day. So it leaves me all alone to play up here in the space station.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'll tell you what, then. I'm just going to say, like we always do, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow night.